Hit that like button. Subscribe to the channel if you haven't. It's been a blessing. That's for sure. Lots of great information coming through the page, and a good perspective on what a victory lap really is and what it's like to be a Victorian or a person who were genocided, people who were genocided out. You see the title. I got Adam's family. Press 1 in the title. You get a perspective of a dead family that's alive. Press 1. During the Victorian age and all era, as if this was some long, long time ago in some damn fairy tale when it was just a few grandmothers ago. Lots of information coming in yesterday and perspectives. People was in the chat room this morning. I don't know if they was dropping off the word. I don't know what y'all was doing in there, but I would like some clarity because you know me, I'm always fascinated by historical events, Bible facts, and stuff like that. It feels good to see people out there not only taking in information, but having their own vision come into view. It's like little children being able to see for the first time. Press 1 is like the watery is in their eyes. They're kind of focusing, and that's the feeling. And that's a beautiful thing from this perspective. All this information is stressful. It'll drive you up a wall. It'll have you up in the middle of the night, waking you up in the morning because you thought you heard something on YouTube. Like, press what? It's just what it is. Hit that like button. Shout out to the people in the chat room. Of course, my supporters, got to get them out the way for those who support this broadcast before, during, and after the show. I try to do it collectively so I'll get everybody in at one time without breaking my show and in the middle of things. So I'm just trying to do it 1 in the morning. If you contribute during the show, I'll end up finding time to get it all, all the names in at one time so I don't be all over the place. Let me see. Miss Lori Pittman is in the chat room. Said DNS Brands. What's up with it? Good to see y'all out there. Taj is in the chat room. Hey, bro, that information you dropped about the Jubilee, that threw me off, bro. Not threw me off, but it really impressed me. That impressed me. That little timeline that you don't figure it out or what's on your mind, that impressed me. I was really like, there he is. There it is. And that's what I want my channel to be. Your very own, there it is. The aha moment. You know what I'm saying? And letting people enjoy that and get used to that, because that comes a lot when you dealing with information and shit and you are on the right path kind of thing. You get those epiphanies. You get more and more of them, like, damn. And that's that reassurance, like, I'm going the right way. Yes, those are like board signs. Those are like board signs. Press what? So you got to get used to that. Let me link my man Taj into the show. Yeah, you got to get used to those aha moments, because that's what it is. Coffee and Kush TV. Taj, you on the air? What up, champ? Talk to me. Yeah, I'm there. What up, champ?
Morning to you, sir.
My man, what's on your mind?
Nothing much, man. I really just was calling in that scripture that I had put into the chat, because when you were in there earlier this morning, you said 1/3. Number one, thought about the dowry that we were talking about and dowry law and stuff like that.
When I posted up 1/3 of the estate, yeah, I was talking about the dowry. Go ahead.
Yeah, but then I started playing around in my head with scripture, because I remember it would always talk I forget what group it was, but they used to always talk about 2/3 would be destroyed and stuff like that.
Oh, my goodness.
Yes, sir.
Where's that
Yes.
scripture? Did you read that?
Yeah, I'm gonna read it right now. I just pulled it up.
Remember, we were like
It
one
says,
third or 1/4 of a man as well.
yeah,
Shit
yeah,
like that.
3/5.
I get what you're saying.
3/5.
It kind of made you think on that. He just hung up. He'll call back. It made him think on that's dope. That's dope. I wonder what he came with. I wonder what scripture that is. Make sure he called back. I know he was going through like tunnel or whatever he was doing.
Unknown caller.
Call from
Go ahead, Tosh. You got it.
All right. But the scripture I wanted to read was Zechariah 13. And it says, "In that day there shall be a fountain opened of the house of David into the inhabitants of Jerusalem for sin and uncleanliness. And it shall come to pass in that day, saith the Lord of hosts, that I will cut off the names of the idols out of the land, and they shall be no more remembered. And also I will cause the prophets and unclean spirits to pass out of the land. And it shall come to pass that when any shall yet prophesy, then his father and his mother that begat him shall say unto him, Thou shalt not live, for thou speakest lies in the name of the Lord. And his father and his mother that begat him shall thrust him through when he prophesieth. And it shall come to pass in the day that the prophet shall be ashamed every one of his visions when he have prophesied. Neither shall they wear a rough garment to deceive, but he shall say, I am no prophet, I am a husbandman. For man taught me to keep cattle from my youth. And one shall say unto him, What are these wounds in thy hand? Then he shall answer, Those with which I was wounded in the house of my friends. Awake, O sword, against my shepherd, and against the man that is my fellow, saith the Lord of hosts. Smite the shepherd, and the sheep shall be scattered, and I will turn my hand upon the little ones. And it shall come to pass in all the land, saith the Lord, 2 parts therein shall be cut off and die, but the third shall be left therein. And I will bring the third part through the fire, and will refine them as silver is refined, and will try them as gold is tried. They shall call on my name, and I will hear them. I will say it. It is my people, and they shall say, The Lord is my God. And that kind of related to a lot of the stuff that we were playing the video in the second live that you did yesterday. That kind of reminded me of that when I read that, especially talking like we were just with the dowry and things of that nature, and the people.
You broke up. You broke up on me. I'll wait. There he is. Are you there?
Yeah, I'm still here.
All right, go
I'm
ahead.
still here.
Go ahead. Because you brought up something in particular. He said he going to bring you through the fire.
Yeah, and it's like,
Ain't that
it's
something?
like we were
Now
just
we
talking
go
about yesterday.
now. Didn't I find proof that we was brought through the fire?
Indeed. That's what I'm saying, bro. Like this, like it just, man, it's amazing, bro. It's amazing.
So who put us who put us through the fire?
Them folks that came and wanted to take our place, to replace us, the replacements.
Now watch this. Is it written?
Yes, sir.
So
it's definitely written.
So
there.
So who put you through the fire?
Specifically, the Germans, the federal government.
Is it written?
Who you? Oh, the Lord put us through the fire to refine us.
There you go.
Get it?
Yes, sir.
It's deep.
You know,
it's deep. So
you know,
we ain't
what,
going.
So what
so
does
we know it?
So
and we
you know
pass
what?
That forward
So
into
you know
the next generation.
So you know what?
Refine you for what? so we don't turn away again, so we don't have this issue again, because our forefathers, going back to like the first Adam, took of the forbidden fruit and got us in the position that we're in right now. Therefore, we got to we got to go through the lesson. Because it go back to that thing that I read the other day, the second Maccabees.
Hold on. My man said we got to go through the lesson.
Yeah, we got to go to the fire so we be refined. It's like it's going back to that soul. You remember the .0001 and the .9999?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, we're being refined right now, and we coming back with substance, some pure substance that's really worth something. And it said that in Second Maccabees, I ain't read that far, but it said that,
King.
you know what I mean? We going through stuff. So paraphrasing, we going through stuff, but we're not going to be destroyed. We going through stuff because this is the Father's love. This is the Father's love. You know what I mean? So, you know what I mean?
He said you going to call on his name.
Yeah.
When I called on his name. Oh, yeah, I said they got me. And then he came in like Superman. Press button.
Yeah. And it also said
you going through that hellish moment.
Yeah.
You going through that. Your people went through that hellish time to be refined, and you go through hellish moments to refine you. But that's what Job was going through, a refining moment. But he never cursed the Lord.
Amen.
You feel me? He never cursed the Lord because that's his fate. The devil was giving reign over Job, but he never cursed him. Those are refining moments in a man's life where you might think all this is. That's why Job is like Kobe Bryant. he teach you how to ball. He really just whatever, bro. You can take it all. I ain't cursing the Lord. It ain't God's fault. I know Satan up to something, or I did something. I know I did something. Right. Let me get back. I know I did something, bro. Until I have that conversation again and it come back around, I'm good. Is what it is. Go ahead.
Yeah. And another thing we was talking about the fulfillment of the Gentiles.
Go ahead.
And yeah, it was talking about in the latter half of that chapter, 2 Maccabees 6, it said that it allowed for the Gentiles to go, like, you know what I mean, to their fulfillment, so they could be destroyed, so they could be a spectacle, so we can learn, like, yo, God, that's a real thing.
So they can be a what?
So they could be a spectacle.
Now watch this. Watch me break that down into 2003 lamers terms and shit. Watch that. You ever played a video game? You ever played a video game? And you had to spectate? Because you know what? You had to sit back and watch these niggas play the game like the Lakers. And just watch them. Because they're going to destroy themselves. You can see it right now. Don't get involved in it. Just sit back. Mm-hmm. And let the Lord make a spectacle of their ass, so we know what we bet not do. Just like we was refined, they going through their hellish moment as well. Go ahead.
Yeah, man.
That's
that's real, bro. Did you want me to bring up that?
Of course.
Because I had sent you something today.
We got time.
Man.
I'm gonna bring it up right now. Which one you want? All right. I'm gonna bring up the picture right now.
All right. So boom, bro. It was months ago. I had sent you something, and I didn't even know what I was looking at. But now I do, because it's everything. All the pieces of the puzzle all fall into place.
Go ahead.
Get shook.
All right. Take your time so the people can make that adjustment. Go ahead.
All right. So Jubilees. When we talk about Jubilees, way back at last fall, you were talking about the Diamond Jubilee around the time when the Queen died.
That's right.
And you know what I mean? I came to an understanding that a Diamond Jubilee is 75 years, whereas just a standard Jubilee is 50 years. All right. So working my way back in 1873. There was a document that was put together called the Return of the Landowners.
Go ahead.
And that goes back to like the Law of Redemption, Jeremiah, and that ties into Jubilees and everything. But that was 1873. And then I just started playing with it.
What was you doing? Can I ask you a question? Because I'm ad-libbing right now.
Yes, sir.
What was you doing in 1873? You was a Indian.
No,
Oh,
not me.
I'm just making sure. I didn't make.
They was some kind of meaties. They was trading beaver skins and stuff like that. Not I.
Go ahead, King. I just was making sure. Go ahead.
All right. So if we extrapolate that out 50 years,
Go ahead.
just about 50 years, and it tie in what we was talking about yesterday with the SNEKO Trust when that was initiated. You go 50 years forward, it will drop you in 1923, 1924.
Talk to him.
Go ahead.
No, talk to him.
Yeah, between 1921 and 1924 is when they were putting together the Dawes Act and debating that on the Congress. 1924 it was enacted on the 51st year. So right after that, and then going forward, you know what I mean, 7 years, being dead for 7 years, you're declared abandoned. That's around the time when they started having the discussions about the Federal Reserve Act.
Come on.
And, all right, so just to move it forward.
So you're doing the math. You're doing the math. That's every, 50 years, correct?
Every 50, I'm doing the 50 and the 75 years.
Go ahead.
So from 75 years forward, from 1873, we have the Marshall Plan. That's when you had the creation of Israel, the nation, the
League
state
of
of
Nations
Israel,
and shit?
and then League of Nations. That's when the corporations, like all of the federal government, pretty much all came alive at this point. And then at the same time, you had Operation Magic Carpet, and Aladdin and them flew over on the magic carpet. That was the second wave, the huge influx of people from another part of the world coming here and saying that
you're being what? Alienated. Go ahead.
There it go. There it go. So moving forward another 25 years, that'll put it at 100 years. So this is the second time they didn't honor the Jubilee. So moving it to 1973, I realized that was the last part of the puzzle that I put together is Roe versus Wade came out in 1973. It's just amazing how it all falls into place.
Go ahead, King.
And at that point,
you said Roe versus Wade. What's that?
Roe v. Wade. Roe v. Wade is when the Supreme Court legalized abortion.
Now hold up. Now what's my biggest? Now I'm care of Roe. So that's Roe versus Wade. Right. But what's my biggest argument?
Yes.
Genocide.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And
go ahead.
And the renewal, that's why they tried to kill the heirs. They tried to kill all the heirs.
Go ahead, King.
They tried to kill all the heirs at that point. You know what I'm saying? So if we move it forward again. So we're at the third Jubilee from the initial point, 50 years. And what happened last year? They reversed Roe versus Wade, at least from the federal standpoint.
That's Supreme Court said. Supreme Court, because we spoke up. Supreme Court said they made a grave mistake, right? They said that's enough.
At that time,
go ahead, King. Right at that time.
Yeah, right.
My word,
time.
law, son. Go ahead, King.
Yes, sir.
I'm on another level, sir.
And, man, we right here, though. We right here.
Go
We're
ahead,
150 years past that point, and it's amazing some of the things that are just happening around us. And, like, bro, it's just like, man, I ain't nobody but, you know what I mean, somebody that was inspired by Kev, bro, and it's like, bro, you just really helped me to see a lot of things, and you know what I mean? I understand. I can see the kingdom, and I appreciate you for bringing that to my sight, bro.
So you see what Dr. King was imagining in his mind when he said, I see what? The mountaintop. And I'm seeing the glory of the coming of the Lord.
Yes, sir.
So I'm not afraid of no man. You feel me? I'm not. He say I'm not worried about me now. I may not get there with you, which he would have, like Moses did. He went to the mountaintop. He said I might not get there with you, like Moses, but he guarantee we're gonna get to the promised land, which is the kingdom of heaven. Meaning there will be a coming of the Lord in this lifetime or the generation that's to come. That next day he was murdered. Go ahead, sir. Anything else?
Nah, that's all. I'm gonna fall
Just got
back,
bored.
man. I'm at work, man, but I just wanted to come through with that, man. I appreciate you giving me the opportunity to speak, sir.
Ah, man, thank you for standing up. Ain't that a beautiful thing? From the bungalows to graduation day. Lord have mercy. You got to give a person like that a round of applause. Mm, mm, mm. Mm, mm, mm. You like macaroni. Press button. Ain't nothing better than this right here. This that real work. It's easy to say, oh, Kev, I see now. I'm trembling like leaves on a tree. Why? Because if you trembling like this young lady, like leaves on a tree, then with this, you should be trembling like the whole tree. You should be going through a whirlwind right now. Look at him. He done did the math. Press 1. My brother don't did the math. We don't walk them down into genocide. You see that shit? Rowing the boat. Press 1. We don't walk their ass down. I love that shit right there. You did what? Jubilee, Kev. Law of redemption. I believe in God more than ever now, Kev. That's what's up. Shout out Miss Booker, 10th Avenue in Hyde Park. Press 1. She gave me all this stuff, this knowledge. She made it cool to see the coming of the Lord from that perspective. Knowledge and wisdom. You know? Facts. 424-209-9506. 424, see? Ain't nothing like he went straight to the word with historical. Said, wait a minute. 1/3? Oh, Eve bit the apple. Eve, look at yourself.
Not like this. Not like this.
Press 1. Y'all look at each other. Not like this. So with Eve biting the apple, and 1/3 of man followed right after her. Press button. Because it's written. What it is, champ. You can't do nothing about that. You can't alter history and time, and don't think we not in our lineage will never figure out these time slots, these miscategorizations of time periods where we don't exist. They don't whitewashed us right out of history on purpose. They're around here talking big on earth. Press 1. They around here talking about they American. I got an important message yesterday from Human Resources. Press 1. This is gonna be some. This is gonna top this one. Press 1. I got this one from Human Resources. Press 1. Human Resources came down. Press 1. My bell rung. I seen the red light. Check the cameras. Fuck. He come fucking Human Resources. What I do? I start asking mine. What the fuck did I do? Press 1. I know it's real. Last time Human Resources came around this mug, riparian rights and maritime law and flooded lands and federal government and the Pope. Everything came up this motherfucker. So I went and I said, wait a minute, y'all. What's going on in the world today? Yesterday there was a caller. I thought we was in trouble, but we're doing really good. We're doing really good. Yesterday there was a caller who said something to the effect of George II. Press 1. Hit the like button and subscribe. So Amanda went back and checked George II and came back with some extraordinary news. Would y'all like to see it? Hit that like button and subscribe. It's important. It's just as important as this. This information we just had on the screen. Fact, all that smoking and blunt, first thing in the morning, Kev Roll, Coffee and Kush TV. Knowledge and wisdom every time I get up on the internet. Don't worry about what I'm doing. I'm doing me. You just tripping. Press what? You just tripping. Y'all been tripping on this computer. Joe Rogan said he went to the movies in the black community and he experienced the damn Planet of the Apes in 3D. Press one. Y'all letting these people talk to y'all like y'all retarded. They ain't gonna say we don't live in a racist society. Anytime where you can go to a movie theater in the African American community and experience Planet of the Apes in real life in 3D format, you's a racist. I don't care what nobody say. I don't care what Spotify say. Your ass is retarded. Hit the like button. You's retarded. You's a retarded racist. I went and seen racist. That's what they do. They just say shit and the shit don't got bold. So it's your responsibility to wake up. Ali, how you gonna let Taj come out of nowhere and Brian King press one? And how you gonna let Deb read the word press one? The motherfucking Taj calling in. You little niggas let these little fucking sophomores and fucking freshmen come up in this bitch. Wait a minute. Hold up. Damn, bruh. Who over there? DJ Hyde, nigga acting like he feeding a dog. What? All of a sudden, he want to pour pebbles and bits, nigga, in the dog. Y'all gonna let these niggas come and whoop y'all ass on this goddamn internet, bro? They got these niggas talking about the damn preaching. That's supposed to be y'all preaching. Lord have mercy. Gotta love Israel. These are people, folks. We gotta take care of them. We gotta take care of them. Marley, up. He know I'm about to say that shit for some reason. Marley, up. Riding bicycle. Press one. What time is it? 11:10. It's 8 something in L.A. He just now getting back to the house. Garage open. Smoking a joint. Press one. He probably put glasses on the damn dog. That's how cool Marley is. Press one. He that type of nigga. He put glasses on the dog and his dog rides the skateboard up the boardwalk. Fact. No, oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Check this out though. Why Taj sleep now? Why Ali and them sleep? Amanda came with the information. You gotta put these niggas on blast, y'all. Forget them. They playing. We gotta put them on blast. Don't let them press one. Ask them to call in and press one. Don't let them do nothing. So check this out. This is the Charter of Georgia, 1832. Press one. This is the Charter of Georgia. Don't let them try to sneak in class without me seeing them, y'all. Keep your eyes open. This is the Charter of Georgia. Okay? I want y'all to pay attention to the Charter of Georgia in 1732. Press one. You hear me? Are we here? I said the Charter of Georgia. Okay? Remember, they broke away from slavery and shit, remember? All right. This is at I believe, the Library of Congress or something like that. George II, by the grace of God of Great Britain. Now, what does that mean? Press one. I just want to start. How do you start your letterhead with that? That's like, whoa. Okay? Listen. George II, by the grace of God of Great Britain. You see that shit? That's unheard of. Who? Listen, France and Ireland, king and defender of the faith, and so forth. To all whom presents shall come greeting. Whereas we are credibly informed that many of our poor subjects, press one, are through misfortunes and want of employment, reduced to great necessity, insomuch as by their labor they are not to provide a maintenance. They're not able to provide a maintenance for themselves and family, and they have had no means to defray their charges of passage. Where's Todd? They can't even pay for the charges of passage, and their expenses incident to new settlements they should be glad to settle in any of our provinces in America, where by cultivating lands, by what? Cultivating lands, and present waste and at present waste and desolate. So what are they supposed to do? Work. Work. And not only are they supposed to be working, they're supposed to be cultivating the lands. I don't care about no damn planter. What that mean? That's life estate shit. Press one. You're supposed to be farming, and that's all you're supposed to be doing is farming. Now, at this time, you said slaves and all this. And see. Oh my goodness. But reading this, I haven't read it. But I can already see this is exactly what we needed to see. Look at the second paragraph. Look how it starts. And we do further grant for us, our heirs and successors, that the aid corporation and the common council of the said corporation hereinafter by us appointed may from time to time and all times meet about their affairs and where they please. So this is actually, and this is again, this is the Charter of Georgia 1732. You're talking king of, this is the Sir Excellency at its finest. He ain't talking to no president. They're talking to the corporation itself. Again, just like they was doing, they was talking about the Constitution. The heirs dictate the power and control the corporation. The corporation is controlled by a League of Nations, which was stolen from the heirs. Your forefathers were hijacked, and the corporation, or let's say the corporation, as it said, they kind of invaded you corporately, banking and politics. Again, we talk about the 13th and 14th, but baby, all of this is in the time frame. Remember, she said if they would have found out about this, they would have been strung up. So they had a plan. Like, you ever seen X-Men: The Apocalypse? Where Apocalypse went inside the pyramid and all the workers kind of flipped on Egypt at one time. It was a plot from the workers, from the people who were supposed to be working day over. You feel me? Shit like that. That's crazy, G. But you can already see here that this nation here is not only from the grace of God, Great Britain, France, and Ireland, King, defender of the truth. This is all here. From Great Britain to Ireland to all that. That's here. That's here. So they outlawed slavery. You get me? These people can't even pay their boys. These people got to get hired. Press one. They can't even pay for their voyage to come back and forth to go home. So in 1732, there were voyages being paid to go home, back and forth to Africa, North Africa, and Europe. hit the like button and subscribe. See, you can't take their word for nothing. You can't take their word for nothing. The workers overthrew and used you as, stole the riches of the king, took the tithes of the church. Probably gave the woman. It ain't like all women say, yeah, we'll take 1/3. They probably enacted 1/3. All right, here goes something. Press 1. They probably enacted 1/3. I ain't gonna, women, and they took it. Unknowingly, it led to, whatever, knowingly or unknowingly, it was taken. And dowers was enacted in some way, shape, or form. Again, all of this was done in its inception by way of Cyprus or Cypre. Press 1. or it was done by the Latter-day Saints or the Mormons illegally. So all of this is fraud. There's no plausible deniability when it was done in fraud. Okay. Everybody in America got plausible deniability or not guilty until proven innocent and proven guilty. But it comes to a point where the benefit of the doubt, bro, it just is getting absurd. So if you want to do your research, go check out the Charter of Georgia, bring back some information. I'm doing my own research on it. I know HR down there doing their research on this type of stuff. And a lot is going to come out. It is pages and pages and pages. Well, I don't know if it's pages, but it's a lot. And it's pretty much laying down the law of the land in that charter and how they're seizing control. It even talks about the savage Indian running wild, killing and genociding people at the time. Press 1. Savages. Just savages. That was Karimio and Dane Calloway running around shooting bow and arrows at people. Riding on the back of donkeys and turtles. Just for no reason. Setting fires. For no reason. All over the place. Whole town set on fire because of damn Indians. Press 1. The whole Khan family. Press 1. A whole army of head shrinkers and people who behead people and put their heads and shrink them and put them on the belt. Press 1 with no dignity and no law. They adhere to no treaty, nothing. When we catch them, we used to string them up. They ain't motherfucking good guys right now. Back then, we catch these fuckers. Press 1 with these horses printed with a fucking handprint on the neck, calling himself Black Crow, looking like a Satan himself. Oh no! Press 1. Charge them. Press 1. They was with the Confederates in overthrowing the Negroes. So I can care less about feelings at this Truth University. I don't care about feelings. They just as responsible as the Haitians who betrayed the king in the 1700s. Francois, call yourself being emancipated. Your emancipation came by way of fraud. And if the king have his way, Francois, you be emancipated your ass back to Africa, in North Africa somewhere, fucking around. That's how you got to talk to these alienated people. They crazy, bro. You be right back in Africa. That's a shame. First boat out, huh, Amanda? His name will be right there on it. S.F. Francois. The first emancipated island Negro that could be sent back to France. Well, get your ass up out of here. I promise you, bro. These people have manipulated time, history, people running around. Just running around acting a fool, trying to believe in anything that they can. anything gravitate. Number we coming with the Victorian era and the truth about the stolen trust, and they don't know what to do. They don't know what to do, family. They stuck. I ain't gonna lie, they don't know how to take this information. This is some deep shit. To find out 100 years of missing info to hide a genocide, to tell a false narrative of history of you already got Margaret Sanger. The Supreme Court already said, "Oh, we made a grave mistake." That's good. You made a mistake. They've already admitted the crime. They're guilty. Listen to me. They're guilty. They've already admitted the crime. Yeah, that's true. Over 200 million genocide. In hopes that none of us will wake up. Not none of us that actually made it through. 1/3. Press 1. I say that actually made it through. 1/3. Press 1. Most High say we vast in number. He gonna make us small. 1/3. Make it through. Ain't no way. And if one do, he gotta be subject or she gotta be subject to the most vile condition. I mean, they got to go through gang violence. They would have to go through, if it's a woman, prostitution. Press 1, all of these different things of the world. Ain't no way they'd make it up out of crack. They'd never make it out of heroin addictions. Press 1. Oh, no. These people would never make it. And even if they do, we got plausible deniability. They don't even understand law. It'll never happen. That's how they think. You ain't supposed to wake up. I brought up that movie, Get Out. Press 1. I brought up that movie, Get Out, for a reason. I suggest y'all go back and watch that movie. That's a crazy movie, G. That's a crazy movie. That's a crazy movie. Now that you know they want to live your life through the... Listen, I'm trying to tell you, you are Adam's family. That's what it was all about. Mortimer, the Dark Ages. The Dark Ages is when yellow fever and shit kicked off and the plague killed all of Europe. Genocide. Press 1. You see how all that happened in time immemorial, so you're not affected by that? But they all know the truth. They got to be able to pass this truth down subliminally so you can't see it, but they can't. So they'll always have the folklorish type of stories of the hellish shit that you went through and how they were able to keep you under control. And they'll continue on the process. So you fucked up. You got kids right now who think they more superior than you. They don't even know nothing. So you got to get back to the status mentally of who you are. And I can't stress that enough. I know we say that a lot, but can't reiterate that enough. That shit Taj just posted. That goes back to the law of redemption. That goes back to the law of redemption. But if you don't believe in God and you don't believe in law and you don't believe that you was kings and from a lineage of prosperous people, you would never know this. So the main thing is to get you not to believe in God. So you don't know law. And you are anarchists, are rebellious. No matter how you cut it, shape it, or whatever you want to say. You know, if you're not that, you can't serve two masters. You can't serve sin, the God of the dead, and rebellious spirit that don't follow law and follow God. So they made you a criminal in your own land to steal the trust. Now that's crazy. Press 1. To steal the trust. Okay? You ain't come from no slavery. We talking the 1700s now. We ain't never talking about nothing in history but fucking Columbus and fucking Roosevelt. Roosevelt, man. So in our lives, we've been told that Roosevelt was this great historian, but Roosevelt was a thief. Him and Harry S. Truman and them they robbed these people, and then told their children, the 1/3 that was left from the horrific genocide, that they were um nice little Catholic Christians. Press one. They were slaves from Africa and needed to be taken care of because they were heirs and they knew nothing of the law. Press one. They knew nothing of land rights and this one and that one. And they made the heirs of these people incompetent and black. And like my brother said, the SQV Trust made you dead at sea. All this is a specific time frame that we sort of kind of stumbled upon, you know? So where were you in the 1700s and 1800s? Well, you wasn't a slave or Indian. And I reckon, I'm said like a cowboy on Red Dead Redemption, I reckon that in the 16 and the 1500s, you was the same thing. You ain't far from this right now. If you put a suit and tie on and let your hair grow, you're going to look just like these people without your makeup on. So it don't matter. Without your little lineup, without your makeup, ma'am, press one. This is what you're going to look like. So quit playing with me. Press one. Stop playing. You can fool the world. You ain't finna fool me. Makeup don't, you can be, you can't put makeup on a pig now. Press one. Hey, you took a bad deal, sweetheart. Rights and shit. Without proper order. That's all. Once you fell out of order, you got what was just due, like Judas. 30%. 1/3. Press one. They're like Judas. 1/3. Then you find out what a deal. What is 1/3? In a currency that just got stolen and devalued and went fiat. What is 1/3? Nothing. Turn in your gold. Press one, so it was all for naught. Press one. So you got a whole missing generation full of missing men. And little boys being raised in orphanages and Catholic schools where they're teaching them versions of scripture from a allegory or a metaphysical perspective rather than a lawful legal perspective, because the law was removed from the church and the church adopted allegories and singing and dancing. Press one. You want to know why you out there like that? Because you went from a traditional wife to the whore of Babylon, and you have violated the terms and conditions of your contract. That's why. So now you just got a thong going on Instagram and just the whole of Babylon, and everybody wants you but don't want you. That's what you become. And you niggas ain't no better. You don't became thugs and criminals. They don't raise thugs and criminals. That's venomous vipers that will wait, set they backdoor they homies, they friends, they childhood friends for $20,000 and $30,000, maybe 5, 10 music dollar deals. Press one for a sack of weed. Press one, and this is the world we was birthed in. That's called a fucking fall, okay? That's called a fall. Genocide. And then you provocate gang banging and dope dealing with Denzel Washington in these gangster movies and BMF and this one and that one, and And guess what? They was all FBI and CIA and Rick Ross, but CIA plants trying to destroy your community. Press 1, they was dealing drugs. Hit the like button. They was dealing drugs right out the motherfucking United States Treasury. Confirmed. Press 1 right here at the row. I said they didn't have gold in the Treasury. They had to get the gold back because they thieves. They was putting the heroin and the dope and the cocaine in the Treasury Department. Press 1. United States government federally was dealing drugs, dope, and putting black people in place. People went, how the fuck Denzel Washington motherfucking get on a plane, on a military plane, on a base to go get some dope? Y'all niggas believe anything, little heroic ass movies, that shit good. Probably want some little ass kids looking at motherfucking Bruce Wayne and Superman or something. That means the military was selling drugs. That's what it was. They used this nigga here to sell drugs in black communities. And they was cooking dope. That's one, the FBI, the CIA, the FBI. They was cooking dope. Just like the movie said, they was doing drug busts and take the drugs. FBI come supersede the police department. These are drugs, thank you. Go and cook that up, break that up. Press tell Rick Ross to get out there and sell they drugs. What you talking about? That's why the Connect is always a Colombian with a fly shirt and a cigar in the mouth, staring off into the sunlight. You weirdos. This is all to take you off of your riches. Your riches, you want to be Rick Ross' biggest drug deal, push it to the limit and be a criminal when you have a trust bigger than any drug can ever give you if you knew the law. Snowfall series, all that. I'm from Los Angeles, so yeah. Snowfall and all that. Press 1. It's glorifying getting your kids hyped up like you can be a real, like that. That's what it is. And they doing that all over again, family. Like they gave you boys in the hood and then you went out and played the part. That's what it is, champion. Genocide. They're creating the stereotype, stepping back, give you the guns and the dope, step back, watch them kill each other. Like Tupac said. Facts. Step back. Oh, drop the guns off. Get the dope. Put the big homies in the hood. Make the kids admire them. Press 1. Make them. I don't do drugs. I got fresh shoes. Press 1. I don't deal drugs. You ain't got to deal no drugs. It's a fucking lie, bro. I got toys and Floyd Mayweather. Press 1. That video game, bro. I got a big ass monitor right here, bro. You ain't got to do that. You just go to school. Just keep living. Live for God. Live for some damn purpose. Whatever you do, just be a civil, obedient person to God, bro, and enjoy the simplicities of life, bro. Enjoy that. Stop trying to be more and more and more. Enjoy the simplicities, bro. When you grow up and for real, you don't see why it needs glorification other than devious. It's glorified and it's devious, but that's the way it is, bro. So, each individual got to be disciplined enough to make it through that hellish lifestyle or fire as a refining moment. You feel me? Like we were talking about earlier. There is a remedy to that hellish mindset and environment. That's what I'm saying. It ain't just, it's easy to condemn, but it's a remedy to that. You got to show people who they are in history. Our people lack knowledge, so they are destroyed because they don't know who they are. So they lack knowledge. So now the lack of knowledge destroys you. It disconnects you from who you are. If your father is the God of knowledge and wisdom and you lack knowledge, you are destroyed. I'm just keeping it 100. These ain't no special bars. These are simple motherfucking 99-cent bars of soap. What? It's a 99-cent joint right here, bro. It ain't, bro, special or nothing, bro. Just, I used to think you had to be more. No, bro, just enjoy being you. Be grateful for what you get. You know what I'm saying? But they made us black in law. And then what they do, next thing you know, in America, is white folks wearing all these clothes looking like pilgrims. Press one. Remember we was looking at them photos back in the day? We was like, why it look like them black people was held hostage or something? Them cowboys don't rounded them up. Them cowboys is Russians and Germans, silly. One of them damn cowboys and Indians. The cowboys and Indians was Russians and Germans, and the Indians is Japanese and Pacific Islanders, and they invaded you. Wake the fuck up. That's your world war. Okay, wake up. Okay? You the missing link when you wake up. There's all types of us all over the place. And the kingdom was over there. It was over here because we built it. And the same technologies that was here in roadways, we built there as well. So you had England, you get New England, shit like that. But I'm telling you, we talking the king of Britain and Ireland and pretty much the whole domain is establishing the charter of Georgia. Not a person Indian or this or that. No, the charter itself. Who gave you the original charter? George. The original charter is not George Washington. It's King George. George Washington is a president. The real George. That's all I'm saying, y'all. This gets me going right here, knowing that the real George, the king, gave you a republic by birthright. By birthright. They brought a democracy over you, a banking democracy. Shout out to the people who contribute to this page. Let me get these shout outs out the way. Betty Hampton, shout out to you, sister. Cedric Blue for EBT Shorty, shout out to you. Tiffany Jones, shout out to you, Queen. Thank you. Jason Harris, Cedric Jefferson, and Cedric Blue, Angelita Moore. Shout out to you, and of course, Bobby Williams. Shout out to you guys for your contributions to this program. So, yeah. So, the makeup can hide it. Y'all can hide who you can pretend to wear African garments, but you're not African. African is a corporation. You are freemen, given sovereignty by way of the king. So, whoever want to take away your sovereignty is going to put you in slavery. Who's ever going to take away this, your sovereignty, your right, then those would be your enslavers. And that'll be your they said the Americans fought King George, correct? That'd be the Americans. So you're under occupation. You're under occupation from a multinational soulless beast system who enabled immigrants and enacted immigrants as a war strategy against you to overthrow you and steal your benefit and your sovereignty in that and give it to its own people here while using your name in a corporation money laundering scheme called the stock market, and in Swiss bank accounts. All of your resources and all of your lands are gone missing. And now you're here today at the ass end of a Social Security failed system saying the dollar is about to tank. The dollar was never about anything. He's just been using the dollar. I got an Xbox with mine, but it doesn't mean anything. It's not backed by it's not backed by anything. They've already stolen your resources, and when Grover Cleveland stole your gold and silver and signed it over to J.P. Morgan, and they lost it in their very own laundering scheme of stock market. Press 1. That's why I was asking y'all, where's your investment return? They're just taking your money through laundering stock market schemes, and you're fascinated by it. I'm going to start an LLC, and I'm going to, if you go public, you're obligated by law to make their shareholders money and profit every year. So if you sell yourself, you're obligating yourself to that standard. Yeah. You have sold your soul to Satan, the beast system. And all of your looks, what come out your mouth. Now you are a puppet. I know that's tough to accept. But a lot of people can't say this because they can't say it. This is crazy, man. You look at these photos and you realize, damn, I thought white folk only had beards. Like, no, that was you. Okay. The Romanovs came over here with the Gatling gun and were deputized by the U.S. federal system, and they waged war against you in all of your governments all over America, all of the estates. Damn, bro, that's tough. That's tough. And this lady right here is a genius for bringing it up. Press 1. She's a genius for bringing that up. You got to respect this lady right here for trying to steal. Press 1. For trying to steal, you got to thank her for just lying and stealing, but at the same time bringing it up so you'll be able to get a grand perspective on how they were able to turn you into a criminal. And of course, crafty counsel, 33, what was it? A third of the estate goes to her. And we're finding out now that's Mother America. So that'd probably be your taxes when you think about it. Since we're using landmass as calling her mother, well, who's the father? The father would be their religious father, which was the Pope. The Nazis and the Russians believed that was mother and father relationship. Mother Russia, father Germany. Damn, that's deep. That's deep. And we talk on so many different levels. So I hope people, take their time. I don't mean to roll past people or none of that. I'm just doing my best to stay consistent and keep, as long as the information is ripe, I'm good to go. So shout out to y'all for being in the chat room. My man said real crafty shit. And it will remain crafty until more people, and I'm proud of y'all actually for like Taj being a representative for the classroom, stepping up and letting people know, like, it ain't just Kev that think like this. I'm on my own shit too. He on his own doing that. I'm not telling him to do that. He's sending me stuff. I'm just like, that's what's up right there. The Jubilee, that verifies the law of redemption. And all of these beautiful things we've been talking about here. And although people couldn't understand what we was talking about at first, it's a little different. A lot of people do now. So let's go back to her. We're going to talk about the dowers. If you hear something, call it in. I'm right here. Take notes. Pull out them number 2 pencils in your handy dandy notebook. Facts. Legacy of Bandit, Part 4. We got the Dowers. Listen to every word that she say. Open up a tab. The 1828 dictionary. Open up a tab of the 1828 Noah Webster's dictionary, so you can get an understanding of words if you want to get what she's saying, and a better understanding of these words.
Now, as an estate.
All right, my bad. I always got these issues. Let me put this on here. Boom. It's always me. It's always Gail.
As a conveying Blackacre to be and his heirs. In now or hereafter amended or any successor statute thereto, and the regulation promulgated thereunder as never having been transferred to the beneficiary, then the disclaimer or transfer is effective as a disclaimer under this part. Here we have Title 26.
Unknown
All right. Also, you guys look up Boger Trust Law books in Black's Law Dictionary. You can open up a tab of Black's Law Dictionary. Coffee and Kush TV, Cairo University, Channel 54. You on the air? What up?
What up, Kev? It's Cedric Blue, man. I had to call it in.
What up, champion?
Let you know I'm tapped in, bro.
What up, man?
You know what I mean? Man, I'm late to class. So I was taking another class, but I heard Taj talking about, you know what I mean, who put us in the fire.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And that was that Lucy Furnace. I don't know if you had got to it yet, but that's where I'm at in the broadcast. I was like, let me call him in.
Okay,
that
so
Lucy Furnace, it was
the Lucy Furnace?
yeah.
What is that?
Pittsburgh.
Oh,
The furnaces. That's the pig
Carnegie
iron.
and them.
Carnegie.
Yeah.
J.P. Morgan.
Yeah, you remember that?
What, bro?
Yeah.
Can't forget it.
They was
I can't sleep at night about that shit, man.
They was throwing us in there, having us take showers and gassing us and burning us up, fusing us with the metal. That's why they worship the Industrial Revolution, and that's why the man is still Superman is really black, because he's infused with steel. But that's a whole nother level. But I'm glad that you see the genocide and extermination process and how to hide 6 million bodies. Go ahead.
Nah, man, that's exactly it, bro. And I'm telling my people every day. I'll be like, tap into Care Road, man. Y'all tripping. Like, I ain't never heard that before. Like, me neither. Tap into my boy. That's where I'm getting it from.
It's crazy, bro.
All these, you put me on Title 36.
Yes.
The Red Cross.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? And all that's really the timeline. You study Title 36, you can see the usurpment, you know what I mean, and the ideological subversion
Yeah.
of the black man.
It's right there. They got the whole Articles of Confederation right here in Title 30. You just read it like, oh my goodness, it's like a movie. So in actuality, you can talk to Taj. Taj know a lot about it. He doesn't know everything about it because there's so much. But you can jump in anywhere and research any part of it and realize, wait a minute, this was the corporate takeover.
So he said something yesterday about the police department. I don't know about the Ku Klux Klan, and I had sent you something in Cash App because I didn't have your email. But I seen something about the cops. It was something like Confederate officers or the Patriot Squad or something like that, and they was in Louisville, Kentucky, and they was doing that up until the 1980s, bro.
Really?
Like the acronym COPS, like Confederate Officers of the Patriot Squad.
Wait a minute, I've never seen this shit like this. Like, wait a minute. Confederate motherfucker. Yeah, man. But you never know. It's I see it as it's a hidden white supremacist mindset and way of business and incorporating, and we must address it as such legally.
And I appreciate you for bringing this lady up, you know, the other persuasion. She didn't know that she was telling the truth. She over there smirking, talking about, I'm so glad about this. Oh, this is the best part.
She never
Like,
thought
yo,
that
get outta
20,
here, man.
30 years later, the children of her children, our black people just sitting there like, no, this bitch is like a fucking vampire. Jeez.
The word.
I never
Listen
seen
to her people, man.
Oh,
I thank God for her.
Mom. Thank God for sin itself, huh? I feel like Jay-Z.
Absolutely.
Lord, forgive me, but I never would have made it without sin. This is a wild bitch here. Go ahead.
And the words say, if y'all don't praise me, then the Rock gonna cry out. So it's the Rock, Pookie and Ray Ray, we crying out.
Pookie and Ray Ray. I told you. We going to the top, baby. Shout out to you, my man.
Yo, man, I'm gonna fall back, man.
Thank you, champion.
Y'all be safe out there. I love you, man.
My man, I love that right there. People listen. Hey, bro. Seeing herself, she's snorkeling. What happened? We genocided them. What you mean you 13? What people want to know what happened to the heirs? Let's just say the 13th Amendment criminalized, and then they were genocided and wiped clean to where that would open up for us, 14th Amendment citizens who are no longer accepting that. Yes, we're going for the heir spot. We want heirs because, and we're willing to fight for it. We're going to call ourselves Daughters of Liberty. Look at the Daughters of the Confederacy and the Sons of Satan. The Sons of Anarchy and the Daughters of the Confederacy were our librarians and teachers. She'll go to school teaching you from Africa. Her. What's wrong with you? She'll read the Bible too, like a Mormon. Don't you know, Mr. Gillespie, you are cursed by Jesus Christ. It says right here, look at these pictures. Black curse. Press 1. You are cursed and banished. Press 1. They crazy as shit. Racist mindset. You cursed. And that's all she wrote for you. That's how they talk to little black kids. They put us all in the corner. 4 or 5 of us in the school. They put us over there next to the sink. So when white people, little kids come, they looking down on us as we do our homework. We're not allowed to get up and drink water. It don't say no blacks can drink water, but we know we'll be in trouble if we just got up and drunk some water in front of class. No, Shaquisha, this school, there are rules. Fucking every commercial I seen of Mountain Dew said rules are meant to be broken, but there are rules all of a sudden for us. Press 1. When King George was around, rules are meant to be broken. Sheesh, man.
Probate code. My.
Mm.
Now, as an estate and as A conveying Blackacre to B and his heirs,
what did she say? She read that fat little Blackacre and his heirs. Press 1. They don't like to talk about Blackacre and its heirs, black land and their heirs or something, because she go right through that. Ain't no snorkeling when it come to that.
My.
What?
Now, as an estate and as A conveying Blackacre to B and his heirs, in law, under common law, under English law, the heirs had to be lawful heirs. And when there were heirs, there had to have been a marriage. A marriage between the testator or whoever was doing a wife, because if there weren't, the posterity would be bastards. unable to inherit.
So they had to open up. They had to. Oh my goodness! They had to make the land. Oh my goodness! They separated the family and took that and put it on the land. And they had to legalize the abortion, the adopted. If not, they will be legally bastards because they come from a different nation of a different father.
Not like this. Not like this.
A different father will be the land. It gives me a different perspective from being born of the dust of this land. That's what gives me a grander expression of that. Jeez. I'm sorry, Booker. I'm sorry, Diane Booker. If you're not paying attention, I don't know. Don't leave emojis. Feel free to call in, Mrs. Booker.
In metaphysical thinking, there is a wife.
You see? In metaphysical thinking, Diane, press 1, there is a wife. Do you understand? In metaphysical thinking, they're using. Go ahead.
Who created the posterity of this country.
There it is.
A mother.
A mother. Hey, Brittany said it best. Outlaw, like Tupac say. Made you. There you go. Now, Inglorious Bastards makes sense. You a bastard because your father is dead.
Your mother. My mother.
See? Immigrants.
My mother country.
Russia.
The founding fathers were married to America. And America gave birth to the heirs of liberty.
Boom.
In this metaphysical line of thinking.
Now, did you hear what she said? In this metaphysical line of thinking. In this metaphysical, they're stealing it from you and have to metaphysically install this like a heart. Like a 10-man need a heart. They need to install this so the system is alive. This is all shit that organs. Organs of infrastructure. Just being applied, taken from you and applied to this automated AI experience y'all finna go on. Not make it up. They don't make it up. It's see, then you start believing in metaphysical gods and concepts of the law. You get what I'm saying? This is where they're taking you. That's deep, man.
In order to separate and segregate the estate, we can utilize dower.
Boom.
Assigned dower. It literally separates the estate.
Boom.
We give the widow 1/3 of the estate.
Boom.
We can give her this. The rest all comes with it. Now this is metaphysical thinking. How to do it? We've been trying to get in an assignment of dower also.
It's all corporate, metaphysically corporate, dead.
And
it's all the same thing.
Interesting,
we
unusual,
physical, we real
but
people.
But it was a valid thing.
Look,
and
look. Let me tell you. Let me tell you this. We are real beings, not metaphysical
Unknown
beings.
caller.
Press 1. God made us. The corporation made metaphysics. God made us in Genesis. He made us. You get it? The corporation only has power over what it created. I'm created by God. Go ahead, King.
Please, Kevin, stop calling in.
Talk to me, sir.
Real quick, I had put it in the chat before in homeroom, man. So I was, and that's a thought, and it's kind of confirmed now. I'm hearing it. When they talk about this dower, all right, so when they're taking from the dower to create the federal government and other non-governmental organizations, speaking of like the 501c3s, it's almost like when, in colleges, the Ivy League ones in particular, they have an endowment thing, you know what I mean, down in the middle of that. Is that where they're tapping in from, and where they're able to grow their endowment so that they can invest in, say, like research and things of that
Well,
nature? Like,
what's
that's
what's
what
on the stock
going
market?
with.
The Dow.
The Dow Jones. Yes. Okay. All right. Yeah.
So you being traded.
I'm just playing with the etymology.
So you being traded by way of Dow or Dower.
Yeah.
You wouldn't you put who took your name? Your name was taken and put on the what? The Dower. The
On the
Dolls.
stock.
Or
Yeah.
on the stocks and bonds. Again, Dolls. Dower, Dow, the same thing. You go in etymology, right?
Yeah. Okay. All right, I'm falling back, sir. I just wanted to ask that quick question.
Man, I think that's
you.
dope right there. Look at that. The Dow is the slave trade.
We're married to America.
That's crazy.
And the heirs are not bastards. We are lawful heirs.
Look, now we are not bastards. But yes, you are. You are a bastard because y'all was the ones on the orphan trains. We got the video.
Not like this. Not like this.
You know what an orphan is, don't you? Bastard. You do know that. I don't. Every American person is a foreigner and unable to inherit the kingdom as bastards. Anybody? You gotta be adopted in, remember? So this lady knows she's a 14th Amendment citizen and here by way as a courtesy of the federal government who follows all rules and guidelines of the Magna Carta are being violation of the trust. So she knows she's just trying to steal.
Unknown caller.
That's all she's doing. I'm an heir. No, the heirs are dead, remember? They are yet to be found. It's like Israel. The heirs, Israel, yet to be found. The coming of the Lord, redemption. Go ahead.
Yes, sir. This is Kevin James, man. All love. Hey, is the 33% of the Dow Jones, that the Dower?
What's the 33% of the Dow Jones? What's that one?
Is that the companies? Like the major companies, the big major companies? Because they only focus on so many companies.
Yeah, but what made you bring up 33%?
Because that's the 1/3%. That's the percent that
Makes sense. Yes, sir. I'm the king.
Yes, you are, dude. Look, I'm so I have not been paying attention over like that because I've been busy with the world. But this is it. This is information. This is
That's it, huh? That should hit different, don't it?
Yes, sir.
My man.
Yes, man. All love, Carol.
It's
Thank
all
you,
love.
man.
My
I'm
man.
out.
Blessing. I love that. You see? That's different. It's the rock family. Press 1. See? How easy it is when we communicate. That's how fast. This is nothing. This is all bottled up in my mind, so this is just a pressure release. Press 1. My man said, what the? Is that the? Yes. Why you think in the music industry and entertainment, they're always talking points and leveling up? Press 1. Courtesy of the Gillespies. Press 1. This is just a courtesy. Shout out to my man. He liked that shit. Wait a minute. Does that mean you're talking capstones, sir?
So we must have a mother, and she deserves to be assigned her dower.
Look,
And it does separate the estate and get it out of other people's hands.
that'll be you.
It could be something fun to play with.
Told you that other people would be you.
In dower, you can quarantine the estate,
That's right.
her estate.
In Dower, all you need to do in order to quarantine is start mass epidemic, like Spanish flu. Press 1. Corona. That'll offset the jubilees when they go back to the land. And see, they crazy, man. Separated our estate. And we know there is no separation between church and estate. And if I'm the estate, then she must be the church. You see what I'm saying? If I'm the estate,
Unknown caller.
then she must be. No. I know this. Press 1. I know this. I know this like it was 150 years ago. I know this. Coffee and Kush TV. You on the air.
Hello, sir. This is Deborah from Florida.
Deborah from Florida. What's on your mind?
Yes, sir. Redemption is on my mind, and I would like to read from the King James Version, Psalm 71:17. I pray before I pick a verse, and God sends me the verse, and this is the one. O God, thou hast taught me from my youth, and hitherto have I declared thy wondrous works. Now also, when I am old and gray-headed, O God, forsake me not, until I have showed thy strength unto this generation, and thy power to every one that is to come. Thy righteousness also, O God, is very high, who hast done great things, O God, who is like unto thee? Thou which hast showed me great and sore troubles, shalt quicken me again, and shalt bring me up again from the depths of the earth. Thou shalt increase my greatness, and comfort me on every side. I will also praise thee with the psaltery, even thy truth, O my God, unto thee will I sing with the harp, O thou Holy One of Israel. My lips shall greatly rejoice when I sing unto thee, and my soul which thou hast redeemed.
Ma'am, you got to call back when it's Bible time. I have no idea what that got to do with what I'm doing. None.
Redemption, sir.
Redemption.
Yes, sir.
We're gonna get to that. I'm trying to stick to this woman right here. We're gonna get to redemption. We know redemption. We're getting there.
Okay,
But-
sir. I picked up the call for anybody.
I got you. Stay right there. See, I'm talking about something specific. Stay right there. Her class, right there. What was I just talking about? What did the young man just call and say? 33%. 33%. The dower. Let's stay there. Let's not go into God put this in my brain to pick a verse out of nowhere to do nothing. Let's stay right here at 33%. And the separation between church and estate. You see? And right there. Let's stay right there. I know y'all be trying to, I know people in the chat room, oh yeah, that sounds good. That one right there. That's not what I'm on right now. I'm not on that. See, you got to keep up with what we talking about. We talking about the young lady in the chat room said keeping up with the Jones. I'm trying to get my people to understand from this perspective. Right here. Alone. Right here. I want them on the ground in law. Right there. Not in story tell. Not in that time frame. Not in there, right there. I want them right there, feet planted on the ground. Right there. I need my people right there on the ground. Right there. Smooth. Smooth. Facts. I can't, yeah, law. 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 You see what we saying? To separate, we talking law. We're not talking allegory and thought processes of pick one, choose one, Deb. This is feet planted on the ground law. You feel me? Law. What she talking is law. We at a point now, Kev will break it down from scripture when it's time. I got that. Well, I want you, Deb. I want you right here with that librarian. Dower, right there. You feel me? Give me that dower, how they separated. The law is the foundational code for everything in society. Cool. But right now, we talking what part of law? Dower, in the separation between church and the state. And installing the church back into her and the estate as the head of household. Amanda said something very unique yesterday. Feet planted on the ground. She said, you have to reinstall Christ as the head of household. I mean, you must get back to scripture, to the law, to the Levitical laws of the founding fathers. You got to get back to George Washington. That's facts. You got to get back to the law. And that's what she's talking about. She's talking about the corporate estate. We don't get to the law of redemption. We don't get to redemption. We got that. We can break that over 50 times over. But we're talking about how the corporate estate robbed the Victorians. And our people got to grow step by step, day by day. Not there, all over the place. Right here, walking on the ground as lawmen.
Put it on sheer quarantine. Okay,
We're talking putting it on sheer quarantine. We know this happened in the early 1900s, mid 1900s, the end of 1900. It's 2020, and it just happened again. Went full quarantine every Jubilee. Press one.
There's some very beautiful things to look at because she is your mother country. She is my mother country. She is your mother country no matter what color, sex, religion, race, or anything that you are. She's my mother, my spiritual mother. Read the dower sections that I put in here. Try to relate back to what I said or am saying here about, here on page 222. On the second paragraph, the assignment of dower is essentially a different thing from dower itself. Dower is an estate, while the assignment of dower relates to the remedy for segregating the estate. Now,
okay, so you have to segregate the estate. Benjamin, that sound good in the chat room, but you got to call, that's Benjamin 77. What up, Benjamin? You good in the chat room?
it's very difficult to segregate our estate from this corporate function that is going on, this Mortmain situation.
Okay, the Mortmain situation is you, so they had to separate the two. They had to.
We have, God forbid, we don't want a war, we don't want bloodshed, but dower could be a possible.
Under common law, it was the widow's eldest son that was signed as dower. is the Masonic phrase, pity the poor widow's son, relating to this. Press 1. So it was passed down to the eldest son. Dower was passed down to the eldest son. Press 1. And Esau sold a birthright. Press 1.
Not like this. Not like this.
Is that why you don't got nothing and mama and them got everything? Press 1. The dower is passed to the son, and when he comes of age, he gets the estate. Now that makes sense. The sons are able to care for the mother. That's true. But it was the widow's eldest son that assigned dower. But if he's off to war, he can't assign dower. It's always the eldest son that goes to war. We're going to keep going.
Legal way of segregating the estate.
But look,
but
we're talking separated estate. So under common law, if the son doesn't do it, then the estate manager would, which would be the state or, the state.
I don't foresee much hope in it, but it's a beautiful line of thought, because now we're going to get into the law of real property, freehold estates. Freehold estates, characteristics. Okay, now the 14th Amendment over here, Section 12, and that's page 58. A tenant for life of a possessory estate has a right to the undisturbed possession of the land and to the income and profits. Now we're getting into life estates. 14th Amendment is a life estate. Okay, but on the next page, on page 59, it says his use and enjoyment of the premises is limited by the law.
All this while the heirs are in mortmain. So you're dead at this point. Go ahead.
Law of waste.
They're still in.
That is, he is under duty to refrain from any act which will diminish the value of the reversion or the remainder, if such an act is also under all of the circumstances and unreasonable use of the premises. This particular area defines the 14th Amendment estate. Okay, not the trust. The trust falls under the estate. Everything goes in a nice lineal fashion. Okay, we start with the estate up here, and everything falls beneath it. There's things that fall beneath this estate. None of the
the estate. Remember what Amanda said. Christ as the head. We're talking estate here. We follow who? We follow the head. Coffee and Kush TV, you on the air. What up?
I told you we not Jacob, we of Esau, you dumbass.
I said you. You. That's you. I know you told me. But that's you. You hate me because I'm smooth all over and you hairy, like the Bible say. You been struck by a smooth Jacobite. Press one. I could never lose. What you thought? Oh, nigga, that's you, French, my French brother. You piece of garbage. I don't eat French fries. I eat American fries. Press one. I don't like French nothing. Press one. French. The stench of a Frenchman reminds me of shit. Press one. How do you say shit? He mad as hell. He mad as hell. Ugh, I can never get him. He smells the shit.
14th Amendment estate, other things fall. So these estates have been established hundreds, who knows, thousands of years back.
The estates have been established hundreds, who knows, thousands of years back. Frenchman, press one. Esau, press one. He don't stole it. He don't admit he don't told on himself. Oh, I don't know what to say about you in your life, bro. You so silly, bro. Don't tell on yourself. I told you I was Esau, bro. We all Esau, bro. All right, brother. You all right, mate. See, you got a fucking mental problem. Sheesh. It took you that long. Hey, I hate you because I'm Esau, damn it. Press one. We got the same mother, America. Press one. You hate me, Esau. Esau been hating me since we've been in the womb. Press one. But go ahead. You got the flow.
The Haitians beat France. Why are you talking about France? The Haitians beat France, bro.
The Haitians
Like,
beat
you
France
just
when?
fucking
When they beat France?
1803. 1803.
Sir, bro, that's not real. Y'all fought Great Britain or something. Y'all under the rule of fucking Europe, bro. Plecker got the French asshole Haitian Marcus Garvey out of America for treachery and before he was strung up and hung. What are you talking about, bro?
What are you talking about, you dumbass? You don't know shit about history.
Okay, I'm out of here, bro. Back to the trust. Back to the trust.
It's like a scientific formula. They have it down pat. They know exactly, whoever they are, know exactly what something is, how it behaves, how it acts, and you don't. I swear.
You don't. We don't.
They must have diminished the value again.
Told you.
These estates normally involve a duty on the part of the estate holder to make a periodic payment for the use of the land. How
Boom.
about a yearly 1040?
Okay, no, they make a period. Now they're supposed to issue a periodic use of the land, but got the 14th Amendment citizen doing it. But you never got your return. In fact, at no time since the inception, have they made a return on any jubilee as a return for their use of the heirs' land. So everything is just being kept on quiet because you don't know anything. We don't know. We are dead, are ignorant of the law. And ignorant of the law is no excuse.
They compromise the core of the landlord-tenant relationship. Ever feel like you were just a tenant on your own property? I swear they are diminishing the estates. We're going back into feudal times, into slavery. Let's go to volume 49. Landlord and tenant is more. This goes into whether you... Now, this is where employment comes in as a tenant, and I want you to read this at your leisure. See if I can... Okay.
It's employment as a tenant, meaning you're here to work. That's
While a deduction from wages of a specific sum for the use of the premises or the absence of such an arrangement would be a material circumstance, it would not be in all cases conclusive either way. Here we're talking about a deduction from wages for use of premises. Now, we're not going to go into that right now, but this is, now we have a W-4 form coming in. What premises are we using? So obviously the estates are being diminished.
See, one thing about my troll, he don't know nothing about this. He don't know nothing. He don't know nothing about this. This all messes him up. He talking about the 1800s and they fought the French, and this one they got a revolution. Let me tell y'all something. Y'all are so broke over there in Haiti, bruh. That country is a fourth world country. It's right next to Yugoslavia. I mean, Zimbabwe, some damn weird when it comes to like, bruh. We know you guys owed. How you break away from France, but you owed them trillions and trillions and trillions of dollars? You don't break away from them when you're indebted to them, having to make payments to get out of debt. That means you're bonded by them, bro. You ain't fought nothing. That little ass island can't fight. France been on swoop down and whooped y'all ass. You don't shut the fuck up before I call my French friends. Press one. France will drive on them. Y'all ain't got no fucking military. France will fuck you up. Stupid. Fuck is you talking about? We separate. France will fuck you up. And France can't fuck with us. We will fuck France up. Little piece of shit ass piece of 14. That city about the size of fucking somebody's lake fucking property in fucking Michigan some damn where. We'll squash every nation. Give a fuck about no fiat currency. All you bitch ass niggas can gather up with your crypto and your little fucking food stamp looking ass money. We will fuck y'all up. What are y'all talking about? It's America, damn it. We will fuck y'all up. You think God will let something happen to the children of Israel, food and our trust? We will kick y'all ass. Soon as y'all get to talking, there's been an earthquake somewhere around there, little avalanche. There ain't nothing to destroy your little rubble country. Press one. We just waiting for Dubai to make one more building for that motherfucking whole island to fall in the goddamn. I don't give no two shits about nothing. Now, you see Miami? That's because my troll lived there, and I'm trying to catch a op. That's what we do for one nigga. I heard he was in Florida, but we trying to sink the whole damn thing. Press one. Disneyland there. No, I'm trying to sink you. I hope your power went out. You're dead. Press one. You little bastard. Oh man, I was in the lean on, got him drown his ass out. Him and his dog. Press one. Shut up. I don't want to hear nothing. I don't hear nothing. Don't be mad at me. Y'all be around here like Malcolm X say. When the fire is in the master house, please let them people done flood off into the we love them and get the side because no, bro, no, I was man. His little Stonehenge rubble home. Did you take your ass home? Ain't no such thing of Haiti. Haiti is a corporation. It's called the Incorporated Charter of Haiti by way of France. Call me in Gush TV. You know who take care of Haiti, you little twerp? The American Red Cross. You should be thanking them, you little great. Nigga, you lost that sea forever, nigga. The whole little nation. You don't found a little landmass off the Atlantic some goddamn where and think you got a military structure out in the middle of nowhere. Hillary Clinton land that bitch right on top of your motherfucking head. You don't shut the fuck up. You little Africans in the FBA, keep talking. I'm coming for you. Keep talking. I'll keep talking, disrupting my class. We gonna talk that shit. The authority to impose income tax on employment comes from the estate in Tennessee. From an estate in Tennessee. So if they own your estate, they had to pay the estate tax. Okay? That's what this shit is all about. This doesn't exist in France. This doesn't matter there. And when it does take effect, you're not going to be there, sir.
And on page 325, you will find the W4 further defined under assignment. This is from Amjur 2D and assignment.
Press 1, all nations came against the king. All of them. His little made-up fantasy and his little family came up and told him some nonsense. And his mama is finished feeding him some goddamn coconut water every damn morning with his wide-ass, fucked-up-ass shoes that he got to put on. Press 1, worried about us. You need to be worried about that little Tupac, old-ass Tupac shirts y'all be wearing out there. You ain't never... Y'all do not want to have a bagging contest, you little short, you little munchkin looking ass, oompa loompa ass nigga. We will roast you niggas, bro. African Americans tell more jokes than you can even call back in. Say something, punk.
Assignment for the benefit of creditors. A general assignment for the benefit of creditors is ordinarily a conveyance by a debtor without consideration from the grantee of substantially all his property to a party in trust to collect the amount owing to him. Down further, it says something about return the surplus, if any, to the debtor.
Listen.
The common law, next paragraph, also embraced, in addition to the general assignments, a non-liquidating device known as a partial assignment, by which a debtor could transfer a part of his property in payment of creditors. Now, does this sound like a W-4? And under the principle that a debtor may, while he retains dominion over his property, dispose of it as he chooses, an assignment of part of his property to part of his creditors was valid unless it could be attacked as a fraudulent conveyance.
Look.
Here we have, remember, an exempt W-4?
Look.
Was valid unless it could be attacked for fraudulent conveyance. Page 232, I try to show that...
And a fraudulent conveyance is it's all over the place, but the most fraudulent is what? The events that took place by way of Cypress. Press 1, Cypress. The Mormons. All of this was established with the initial changing and giving the false authority to change the structure of the will. This all went against I guess the codicil?
The assignment, the W-4, is an assignment as security. Wage assignments, of course, wage assignments are something totally different in the minds of human beings, but I see the W-4 as an assignment for the benefit of creditors. Okay.
For the benefit of what?
And
creditors, not debtors, and you're a debtor. In fact, you're a dead debtor. You're dirty Diana right now. Press 1.
You do, it's partial. Origin and development of death taxes. Now, since everything has to work together, okay, someone has to die in order for a gift tax or an inheritance tax to apply.
Now, insert Jesus Christ into this conversation. Somebody has to die for what? Then after that is the fulfillment of the Gentile. Somebody has to die for life to be given. Sounds familiar? I told you. We stand our feet on the ground. We not finna go allegorical, metaphysically. Right now, we walking. Can we do that? We're not flying around no more. We walking on the ground. Can we do that? Thank you.
In our case, the heir dies. The 14th Amendment citizen is responsible for the estate or gift tax of the trust.
Boom.
And I want you to go through that when you can.
Boom. Now, can I get some think tankers? Listen.
Origin and development of death taxes. Now, since everything has to work together, okay, someone has to die in order for a gift tax or an inheritance tax to apply. In our case, the heir dies. The 14th Amendment citizen is responsible for the estate or gift tax of the trust. And I want you to go through that.
You know the story of Jesus and Barnabas? It's all corporate. You gave up the king for a murderer, a rapist, an evil person.
Inheritance taxes. These are very important things.
It's bigger than Mel Gibson's movie, damn it.
The legislature has the power to classify property for estate tax purposes.
Can you talk reclassification and paper genocide?
Now, when you look at our state and the 14th Amendment state, the legislature has the power to classify the estates for tax purposes. Since the 14th Amendment is an estate, they have the power to classify that tax. And it would have to be either an estate tax or something else. Now, when I started researching this on the
Somebody said they thinking Social Security. We talked about Social Security. We talked about that. We talked about that. All of this is in conjunction. Press 1. Let me get to a caller. All of it is in conjunction, bringing life to the beast system. You get it? Coffee and Kush TV, you on the air? What up?
As long as that
I know you took a long time to say that.
label, I wanted to find out if the 1040 was a will, a codicil, or what. And what I ended up with was that the 1040 is a gift tax.
Here we go.
Indeed.
So,
that it was.
So when y'all get all this child care tax and all this 1040 shit, fellas, this is what we got to realize in law. All of these are gift taxes. That's why they take your kids. The woman get 3 taxes on all them damn kids. What the fuck? And then they get, and then the tax credit, and then they keep the fucking what they call it, shit? Child support. Oh shit. Oh my goodness. There is a war against God, the people of God, the men of God. And it's been a war. You see? It's been a war. Let's get back.
It was a deed, not a will or a codicil, because it took the description more of a deed than it did a will. It is an absolute gift to a charitable use.
For a charitable use.
A corporation in Mort, Maine for a charitable use.
Boom. Do you see how it worked? Now let's go back.
It's a will, a codicil, or what. And what I ended up with was that the 1040 is a gift tax.
Listen.
Indeed. That it was a deed, not a will or a codicil, because it took the description more of a deed than it did
living on my property.
A will. It is an absolute gift to a charitable use. A corporation in Mort, Maine for a charitable use.
Which is the whole United States government incorporated by way of Rome.
Now, I thought perhaps it could be an estate tax, but gift tax supports it better, in my eyes. If you find that it's different, let me know.
We will.
Let me know.
We will. Thank you.
Also, the 6209 manual lists the W-4 as a gift form.
That's right. The 6405, what manual? IRM?
6209, I think.
Okay, the Internal Revenue Manual 6209 lists the W-4 as a gift tax. On page 860, Bills and Notes, Section 54. A note, an evidence of debt. Okay, we are discussing. As they choose an action, a promissory note of a third person or other evidence of debt together with any security may be the subject of a gift inter vivas. Right here it says that you can give a debt as a gift. Well, I want you to know that those...
You heard that? She said you can give a debt as a gift. But you want to know how you ended up in debt? It was gifted to you.
Federal Reserve notes are evidences of debt. And you are giving your evidences of debt as gifts.
No,
or
you're not.
Your
no, you're not giving your evidence. The bank is. It's letting you trade your debt as they fucking use your resource, your real money to do whatever they want with it.
Transferring them or conveying them to other people. Okay, so there you laughed, huh? Those Federal Reserve notes are evidences of debts. Causa mortis. Please read causa mortis and gifts, because causa mortis is very important. The idea of someone has to die, okay, for a tax on a gift.
See, somebody has to die for a tax on a gift. quasi mortis. See? So you got to kill the heirs. That way you get the tax on the gifts, a.k.a. you get to run the system the way you've been running it. So the heirs have to die. The sons of Israel have to die. Press 1 in that system. You got to be put through this. You have to. Because without you dying, they don't exist. They can't keep the structure running. They don't made a whole company on death. This is a death culture for a reason. It's a reason why you got to die. Press 1. Because they're operating under a specific thing where, because you're an heir and you so-called black man, you got to die. Press 1. That's the no fairy tales for the young black males. Some see me stranded in this land of hell, jails and crack cells. Press 1. That's Tupac. That's Tupac. You. This is the life they gave us, bro. So nobody else had it like this in America. So where you gotta die for the system to give them life. Damn, that's what death is all about. That's what operating. That's what our lives are summed to, dying for them to live. Dying to live. Your trauma is profitable as they sit back and watch your life in a horrific manner be displayed in this way. That's white supremacy. That's genocide. And you sit back and watch their horrific lives as entertainment, as you sit on YouTube and say, these people are criminals, or these people are this. That's crazy, G. Something wrong with y'all. I mean, you take everything from these individuals, everything, their trust, everything that's due to them, even their privilege, and your stance is, in order for that to be, you got to die for us to have that from you. You got talents like singing and dancing that'll cause you to be limitless in your earning potential. So we got to control that. Why? Because we don't got that. Because our stuff ain't marketable like this. So we got to be in control of yours. Damn, that's deep, bro. Coffee and Kush TV on the air. What up?
That Haitian still donkey.
It's okay. Doesn't matter, my sir. Doesn't matter. What's important is we get the grand understanding. You know, we've been brought real low.
Okay, and when you think that someone has to die, remember the heir here has died. The 14th Amendment citizen is paying the tax.
Told you, and lives.
Because the estate or some sort of estate has transferred its.
Listen.
It's all metaphysical, but has transferred to a 14th Amendment citizen. The 14th Amendment citizen has to pay a gift tax because the heir is dead.
See?
The 14th Amendment citizen genocided them, along with the government.
See? The heir is dead because the 14th Amendment citizen genocided them, along with the federal government. See? You don't have to go no further than Care Row. Press 1. You don't got to go no further than
Unknown
that.
caller.
Press 1. We got the truth, bro. It's right here. We were genocided, bro. Coffee and Kush TV on the air.
Your grandma again.
It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter, bro. I got the people right here to the truth. You feel me? That's what matters, my king. We won already, sir. Press 1. We already won. You lost. You spent your whole time trying to stop the inevitable, and we there. Don't got genocided out of history, whitewashed. Simple as that. 30%, 33%. 33%. That's incredible, fam. 33%. That's sad, bro.
It's conspiracy. None dare call it conspiracy. The state has transferred. It's all metaphysical. Third person or other evidence of debt together with any security may be the subject of a gift inter vivos. Right here it says that you can give a debt as a gift. Well, I want you to know that those Federal Reserve notes are evidences of debt. And you are giving your evidences of debt as gifts. Or you're transferring them or conveying them to other people. Okay, so there you laughed, huh? Those Federal Reserve notes are evidences of debts. Causa mortis. Please read causa mortis and gifts, because causa mortis is very important. The idea of someone has to die, okay, for a tax on a gift. Okay, and when you think that someone has to die, remember the heir here has died, the 14th Amendment citizen is paying the tax because the estate or some sort of estate has transferred. It's all metaphysical, but has transferred to a 14th Amendment citizen. The 14th Amendment citizen has to pay a gift tax because the heir is dead. The 14th Amendment citizen genocided them, along with the government.
So if the 14th Amendment citizen genocided them, where in history did the 14th Amendment take up arms against the heirs and genocide them? Well, you know these things as Tulsa, Oklahoma. You know all of this whole paper genocide that happened first. But when they took up arms, oh my goodness, you're talking Wilmington. You're talking deputized foreigners, former Nazis, and Russian insurgents. Okay. And for this woman to say we genocided them, you might have thought she was talking about some damn Indians. Red Summer, there you go. Name some. They flooded them out. How many floods been going on in America? How many towns all over America? How many concentration camps by the Federal Red Cross? From the Krevny East? Press 1. How many prison fires? How many towns were burnt? Chicago fires? How many bombings all over America? How many Californians were destroyed and displaced? How many people in Middle America? In the heartland of America? Press 1. Man. Civil rights era / Jim Crow. The whole thing. That was a whole war. That wasn't just, oh, they hurting them people in hoods. Those are Spaniards. Those are people from Portugal and Spain and Nazis and shit from the Catholic Church. From the Catholic Church. These are Germans and Russians. The Ku Klux Klan and them hoods, you never seen that before. They never seen them fires like that before. Them was radicals. Them is insurgents. Them is terrorists. These people, great-grandfather and grandma, were terrorists, bro. And genocided your whole lineage. And Walter Plecker took after the name of George Washington Gillespie, got as much as he could out the trust, stole the trust by way of vessel, and got out of there. Press 1. You never seen them again. Guess why? Because they changed their names. Hit the like button and subscribe.
It's conspiracy. None dare call it conspiracy. Now, I want to wrap this up very quickly, and we're going to go to Title 26. Well, you'll recognize it by the top says 6100. This is Title 26. But the section is 2501, imposition of tax. This is the gift tax section. In general, a tax computed as provided in section 2502 is hereby imposed for each calendar year on the transfer of property by gift during such calendar year by an individual resident or non-resident. Transfers of intangible property. Except as provided in paragraph 3, paragraph 1 shall not apply to the transfer of intangible property by a non-resident, not a United States citizen, or not a citizen of the United States. Now, do you notice that it does not say non-resident alien? Yeah. It says non-resident, not a citizen of the United States. Right. Okay, and intangible property doesn't apply one a bit. Exception, paragraph 2 shall not apply in the case of a donor. Well, you are a donor, who at any time after March 8th, 1965, and within a 10-year period ending in with the date of transfer, lost United States citizenship. Now, this is about expatriation. Okay, so this one doesn't count. We just, let's involve ourselves with number 1 and 2. And go to the next page, and up the top, little b, 2501b. Certain residents of possessions considered citizens of the United States. And if you will see in number C, or letter C, certain residents of possessions considered non-residents, not citizens of the United States. I want you to know there is absolutely very little difference between the two of those definitions. You'll be almost reading double when you look at them. You go, what? Wait a minute, the other one said exactly the same thing. In there, it gives the requisite for either being a citizen or not a citizen. Okay, but let's read C. A donor who is a citizen of the United States and a resident of a possession thereof shall, for purposes of the tax imposed by this chapter, be considered a non-resident, not a citizen of the United States. Did he just say it was a citizen of the United States? Within the meaning of that term, wherever used in this title. I only find that particular wording in this area. You could literally confuse it with non-resident alien, but these words are nowhere else to be found in Title 26. But only if such donor acquired his United States citizenship solely by reason of, number 1, his being a citizen of such possession of the United States, or 2, his birth or residence within such possession of the United States. Well, this kind of makes it, this is very convoluted. They bring up the word possession of the United States and your birth in that possession. And from what I know of the Buck Act, this is all a possession of the United States, so I'm a non-resident, not a United States citizen.
So it looks like they made you a refugee, and then they made you a 14th Amendment citizen. You have to, in order for you to become a 14th Amendment citizen, you have to be displaced. Press 1. Oh, this is deep. This is deep because you're a sovereign. So in order for you to lose your sovereignty and denounce your sovereignty, you have to become black in law and become a refugee and be reclassified as a refugee and then repatriated like Taj just said. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Well, what I tell you, it's reclassification over entertainment. It's the you. See, Dan Calloway didn't want you to think that Indians were made black so you would be federalized. No. You're not even American. You're not a federal, you're not any of these things. You are of royal descent. And you denounce your royalty by voting and becoming black in law. And you died, like Tupac, I died and came back. You died, and it had to be, you were dead at sea for what, 7 years? Found, and what? Sesquiu v. Trust, 14th Amendment citizen, born into sin. You went from God's people and born again to born into sin. And now finding your way out of the water and finding your way through the water. You finding your way through. Anybody understand what I'm saying? I hope y'all do. So that's what it means. You have to be born again. Because we were born into sin and been in hell this whole time. We probably in hell already. Our dumb asses ain't knowing. Everybody kissing ass to go to heaven ain't going. I put my soul on it. You've been in hell. You've been in this as a criminal this whole time. That's this shit right here changes one's life.
According to this definition, pursuant to the Buck Act.
Now I'm showing you guys why you're dead, why you are black, why you are black, why you are black, and I'm proud. You're not really black and proud. You're dead in law. You reclassified yourself. Now you are African like them in the corporation. Now you in the soulless. You have a soulless Satan king with no morals, no soul, on autoplay. There's no human being there. There's no real king there. Just some old damn.
And the wordings of both of these are so convoluted as to make you wonder what in the heck is going on.
Yeah, where did the bear go in the buckwheat?
So if you're using non-resident alien, then you're declaring yourself to be a Frenchman.
You could be a Frenchman, because I do not find this particular wording anywhere else, and it does say anywhere else where in this title, not sections, but in this title. I find it nowhere else except under gifts and estates. So, if under a state law I'm a non-resident, not a United States citizen, does that make me a non-resident alien under some other section? I don't think so. I don't think I'm a non-resident alien. I may be a non-resident, not a United States citizen, but I don't.
I want people to know that a Frenchman, a Spaniard, or France, Ireland, all of this is Great Britain and the territory of the king. All of them. All of it. So don't let this shit fool you. All of these charters, all it is charters by way of the king. Even when we were talking about the charter of Georgia. See, he mentioned in Haiti by way of France. That's why I keep saying over there. Because I know, and like we're learning here at the U, all of these are territories of Great Britain. Here, there, right here, all the territories. So him being a Haitian don't mean anything. That's an island. That's a pirate. That's pirate shit. You know what I'm saying? So I'm fucking with him. Let's get back to the script.
I think I'm a non-resident alien. I'm an heir. I'm still going for the heir. Now, turn the page again in section 2511. The little b portion. Intangible property. Remember, the non-resident, not a United States citizen, tax did not apply to intangible property. For the purpose of this chapter, in the case of a non-resident, not a citizen of the United States, who is exempted from the application of Section 2501A2, shares of stock issued by a domestic corporation and debts of obligation.
Frog notes.
A United States person, or B, the United States, a state or other political subdivision thereof, or the District of Columbia, which are owned and held by such non-resident, shall be deemed to be property situated within the United States. Your Federal Reserve notes are property situated within the United States. Pursuant to this definition, that's why nobody has been able to say, hey, I am not employed or getting income from within the United States. You're not. The Federal Reserve note is. This just makes it thus.
So Howard Freeman's argument there figures directly to those notes.
Yeah. And where we get this from is on the next page, Title 31. see if I have that marked. No, let's go to the next page over there. There's the United States can accept gifts on Section 3113. Isn't that generous of them to provide the people of the United States with an opportunity to make gifts to the United States government to be used to reduce the public debt?
Where are you?
Section 3113, page 249. Okay, it's Title 31. Now this is metaphysical thinking. How to do it? We've been trying to get in an assignment of dower also, to separate the estate. And it sounds interesting, unusual, but it was a valid thing. And they were married to America. And the heirs are not bastards. We are lawful heirs. So we must have a mother, and she deserves to be assigned her dower. And it does separate the estate and get it out of other people's hands. It could be something fun to play with. In dower, you can quarantine the estate. Her estate. Just put it on sheer quarantine. Okay? These are some very beautiful things to look at, because she is your mother country. She is my mother country. She is your mother country, no matter what color, sex, religion, race, or anything that you are. She's my mother. My spiritual mother. Read the dower sections that I put in here. Try to relate back to what I said or am saying here.
What's important, I noticed that she said my spiritual mother, which is crazy because the spiritual mother will be the spirit of manifest destiny, which is, again, the Queen of Heaven, Mother Mary, Catholic Church. See, the church is the bride, and you got the Pope or the seat of Peter sitting in the bride's position, and the Queen of England or the estate sitting as a damn woman. So y'all, they got the whole thing flipped up. They got the kingdom all flipped upside down by got you living by way of the matriarchic power, where it's the law that's in power of the spiritual body, the woman. Press 1. So not following the law places the religious metaphorical concept, 33%, on top of the law, or the estate, which is the man, and the kids is over him, and the children. That's why the sisters is over the black man. The black man is black. The sisters is over the black man, and the children are over the black man. All out of configuration, like one big Negro Picasso, nose way over there.
Here on page 222, on the second paragraph, the assignment of dower is essentially a different thing from dower itself. Dower is an estate, while the assignment of dower relates to the remedy for segregating the estate. Now, it's very difficult to segregate our estate from this corporate function that is going on, this mortmain situation we have. You know, God forbid, we don't want a war, we don't want bloodshed, but dower could be a possible legal way of segregating the estate. I don't foresee much hope in it, but it's a beautiful line of thought, because now we're going to get into the law of real property, freehold estates. Freehold estates, characteristics. Okay, now the 14th Amendment over here, Section 12, and that's page 58. A tenant for life of a possessory estate has a right to the undisturbed possession of the land and to the income and profits. Now we're getting into life estates. 14th Amendment is a life estate. Okay, but on the next page, it's on page 59, it says his use and enjoyment of the premises is limited by the law of waste. That is, he is under duty to refrain from any act which will diminish the value of the reversion or the remainder. If such an act is also under all of the circumstances and unreasonable use of the premises. This particular area defines the 14th Amendment estate. Okay, not the trust. The trust falls under the estate. Everything goes in a nice lineal fashion. Okay, we start with the estate up here, and everything falls beneath it. There's things that fall beneath this estate, and under the 14th Amendment estate, other things fall. So these estates have been established hundreds, who knows, thousands of years back. It's like a scientific formula. They have it down pat. They know exactly, whoever they are, know exactly what something is, how it behaves, how it acts, and you don't. I swear they must have diminished the value again. These estates normally involve a duty on the part of the estate holder to make a periodic payment for the use of the land. How about a yearly 1040? They compromise the core of the landlord-tenant relationship. Ever feel like you were just a tenant on your own property? I swear they are diminishing the estates. We're going back into feudal times, into slavery. Let's go to volume 49. Landlord and tenant is more. This goes into whether you, now this is where employment comes in as a tenant, and I want you to read this at your leisure. See if I can, okay, while a deduction from wages of a specific sum for the use of the premises or the absence of such an arrangement would be a material circumstance, it would not be in all cases conclusive either way. Here we're talking about a deduction from wages for use of premises. Now, we're not going to go into that right now, but this is, now we have a W-4 form coming in. What premises are we using? So obviously the estates are being diminished. And on page 325, you will find the W-4 further defined under assignment. This is from Amjur 2D, and assignment for the benefit of creditors. A general assignment for the benefit of creditors is ordinarily a conveyance by a debtor without consideration from the grantee of substantially all his property to a party in trust to collect the amount owing to him. Down further it says something about return the surplus, if any, to the debtor. The common law, next paragraph, also embraced, in addition to the general assignments, a non-liquidating device known as a partial assignment, by which a debtor could transfer a part of his property in payment of creditors. Now, does this sound like a W-4? And under the principle that a debtor may, while he retains dominion over his property, dispose of it as he chooses, an assignment of part of his property to part of his creditors was valid unless it could be attacked as a fraudulent conveyance. Here we have, remember, an exempt W-4? Was valid unless it could be attacked for fraudulent conveyance. Page 232, I try to show that the assignment, the W-4, is an assignment as security. Wage assignments, of course, wage assignments are something totally different in the minds of human beings, but I see the W-4 as an assignment for the benefit of creditors. Okay.
Exactly.
And you do, it's partial. Origin and development of death taxes. Now, since everything has to work together, okay, someone has to die in order for a gift tax or an inheritance tax to apply. In our case, the heir dies. The 14th Amendment citizen is responsible for the estate or gift tax of the trust. And I want you to go through that when you can. Inheritance taxes. These are very important things. The legislature has the power to classify property for estate tax purposes. Now, when you look at our state and the 14th Amendment state, the legislature has the power to classify the estates for tax purposes. Since the 14th Amendment is an estate, they have the power to classify that tax, and it would have to be either an estate tax or something else. Now, when I started researching this on the label, I wanted to find out if the 1040 was a will, a codicil, or what. And what I ended up with was that the 1040 is a gift tax. Indeed. That it was a deed, not a will or a codicil, because it took the description more of a deed than it did a will. It is an absolute gift to a charitable use, a corporation in Mort, Maine for a charitable use. Now, I thought perhaps it could be an estate tax, but gift tax supports it better in my eyes. If you find that it's different, let me know. Let me know.
Also, the 6209 manual lists the W-4 as a gift form.
That's right. The 6405, what manual? IRM?
The 6209, I think.
Okay, the Internal Revenue Manual 6209 lists the W-4 as a gift tax. On page 860, Bills and Notes, section 54, a note, an evidence of debt. Okay, we are discussing. As a chosen action, a promissory note of a third person or other evidence of debt together with any security may be the subject of a gift inter vivos. Right here it says that you can give a debt as a gift. Well, I want you to know that those Federal Reserve notes are evidences of debt. And you are giving your evidences of debt as gifts. Or you're transferring them or conveying them to other people. Okay, so there you laughed, huh? Those Federal Reserve notes are evidences of debts.
Causa mortis.
Causa mortis. Please read causa mortis and gifts, because causa mortis is very important. The idea of someone has to die, okay, for a tax on a gift. Okay, and when you think that someone has to die, remember the heir here has died, the 14th Amendment citizen is paying the tax because the estate or some sort of estate has transferred. It's all metaphysical, but has transferred to a 14th Amendment citizen. The 14th Amendment citizen has to pay a gift tax because the heir is dead. The 14th Amendment citizen genocided them, along with the government. It's conspiracy. None dare call it conspiracy. Now, I want to wrap this up very quickly, and we're going to go to Title 26. Well, you'll recognize it by the top says 6100. This is Title 26. But the section is 2501, imposition of tax. This is the gift tax section. In general, a tax computed as provided in section 2502 is hereby imposed for each calendar year on the transfer of property by gift during such calendar year by an individual resident or non-resident. Transfers of intangible property. Except as provided in paragraph 3, paragraph 1 shall not apply to the transfer of intangible property by a non-resident, not a United States citizen, or not a citizen of the United States. Now, do you notice that it does not say non-resident alien? Yeah. It says non-resident, not a citizen of the United States. Okay, and intangible property doesn't apply. One a bit. Exception, paragraph 2 shall not apply in the case of a donor well, you are a donor, who at any time after March 8th, 1965, and within a 10-year period ending in with the date of transfer, lost United States citizenship. Now, this is about expatriation. Okay, so this one doesn't count. We just, let's involve ourselves with number 1 and 2. And go to the next page, and up the top, little b, 2501b. Certain residents of possessions considered citizens of the United States. And if you will see in number C, or letter C, certain residents of possessions considered non-residents, not citizens of the United States. I want you to know there is absolutely very little difference between the two of those definitions. You'll be almost reading double when you look at them. You go, what? Wait a minute, the other one said exactly the same thing. In there, it gives the requisite for either being a citizen or not a citizen. Okay, but let's read C. A donor who is a citizen of the United States and a resident of a possession thereof shall, for purposes of the tax imposed by this chapter, be considered a non-resident, not a citizen of the United States. Didn't he just say it was a citizen of the United States? Within the meaning of that term, wherever used in this title. I only find that particular wording in this area. You could literally confuse it with non-resident alien, but these words are nowhere else to be found in Title 26. But only if such donor acquired his United States citizenship solely by reason of, number 1, his being a citizen of such possession of the United States, or 2, his birth or residence within such possession of the United States. Well, this kind of makes it, this is very convoluted. They bring up the word possession of the United States and your birth in that possession. And from what I know of the Buck Act, this is all a possession of the United States, so I'm a non-resident, not a United States citizen, according to this definition, pursuant to the Buck Act. And the wordings of both of these are so convoluted as to make you wonder what in the heck is going on.
Yeah, where did the bear go in the buckwheat?
So if you're using non-resident alien, then you're declaring yourself to be a Frenchman.
You could be a Frenchman, because I do not find this particular wording anywhere else, and it does say anywhere else where in this title, not sections, but in this title, I find it nowhere else except under gifts and estates. So, if under a state law I'm a non-resident, not a United States citizen, does that make me a non-resident alien under some other section? I don't think so. I don't think I'm a non-resident alien. I may be a non-resident, not a United States citizen, but I don't think I'm a non-resident alien. I'm an heir. I'm still going for the heir. Now, turn the page again in section 2511, the little b portion. Intangible property. Remember, the non-resident, not a United States citizen tax did not apply to intangible property. For the purpose of this chapter, in the case of a non-resident, not a citizen of the United States, who is exempted from the application of Section 2501A2, shares of stock issued by a domestic corporation and debts of obligation.
Frog notes.
A United States person, or B, the United States, a state or other political subdivision thereof, or the District of Columbia, which are owned and held by such non-resident, shall be deemed to be property situated within the United States. Your Federal Reserve notes are property situated within the United States. Pursuant to this definition, that's why nobody has been able to say, hey, I am not employed or getting income from within the United States. You're not. The Federal Reserve note is. This just makes it thus.
So Howard Freeman's argument there figures directly to those notes.
Yeah. And where we get this from is on the next page, Title 31. Let's see if I have that marked. No, let's go to the next page over there. There's the United States can accept gifts on Section 3113. Isn't that generous of them? To provide the people of the United States with an opportunity to make gifts to the United States government to be used to reduce the public debt.
Where are you?
Section 3113, page 249. Okay, it's Title 31. To provide the people of the United States with an opportunity to make gifts to the United States government to be used to reduce the public debt. Isn't that what your 1040 is used for?
Sure.
Supposedly. Will that public debt ever be reduced? Never. This is... Now you can turn the page to Section 3121 of Title 31. Little b1 says, under conditions prescribed by the Secretary, an obligation issued under this chapter and redeemable on demand of the owner or holder may be used to pay the United States government for taxes imposed by it. The obligation imposes the tax. Imposed by it. The obligation imposed the tax. And turn the page one more time to page 267. This comes from Title 31, and we're going to go to Note 58, Treasury Notes. United States notes issued under acts, etc., 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 is still valid. Intended to circulate as money, and actually having constituted with the national banknotes the ordinary circulating medium of the country, were moreover obligations of the national government. The money is the obligation. The Federal Reserve note is the obligation, the debt obligation. It is the note. It imposes the tax under the gift tax as far as I can see, or estate tax. If I am wrong, please prove it to me. And on the next page, 257, you shall find exemption from taxation. And this is the last page, and we can then talk about the whole situation. The tax status of interest on obligations and dividends, earnings, or other income from evidences of ownership issued by the government or an agency, and the tax treatment of gain and loss from the disposition of those obligations and evidences of ownership is decided under the Internal Revenue Code of 1954. Now, do you agree with me that the possibility that this is a gift tax or an inheritance tax exists?
Yes.
Do you agree with me that there is an estate of two types, one for a lesser estate, for incompetent people, infants?
Yes.
Are you heirs of freedom also?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Well, I want you to tell everybody you meet, or introduce yourself, or proclaim your heirness, your heiress-astrariousness, because when I found this, I thought it was the most beautiful thing I've ever found in my entire life, and it just all fell right down into place. And there is much more to see, but I tried to give you just the bare essentials and try to keep it as clean and clear, so not truly confuse you. And if you go out and research it, please be aware that they have commingled the two estates. This is not correct, nor is it right, nor is it legal, nor is it valid. When you have a trust, if you own corn and the trustees make whiskey, you still own the whiskey and the dregs of the corn. And you have to identify the property. It's called tracing the trust, or what is it called? You're actually tracing the property, identifying the trust property as it goes down. If you can identify the property, you own it. For example, the right to travel is part of this estate. Oops. And I ran across something very interesting on pedestrians. A pedestrian has a right to travel on any means of conveyance he chooses. He can use a highway anytime, day or night. Is a pedestrian perhaps whiskey from our corn? Because that's where the right to travel has gone, this constitutional right. It started looking very interesting to me in the DMV code when it didn't define a means of conveyance. And as a matter of fact, I can't really find the definition of a pedestrian too clearly defined either, except that he does have the right to travel and that he can use a highway anytime, day or night. And there are certain rules that apply to him, the rules of the road.
Yeah.
And it starts beginning, there are some court cases that we're trying to find and bring up regarding how they define pedestrian, and could it possibly be that this is trust property convoluted? Because when they convolute and commingle the trust property, it's illegal. It's an illegal action on the trustee's part. What you owned as corn is now whiskey, and you can't identify your corn in liquid form.
No, you can have it.
But the whiskey still belongs to you. All you have to do is identify it and trace it. Trace how they brought it down. Ladies and gentlemen, do you have any questions?
Point.
If you can't get the dower or the assignment dower registered with the county clerk or whatever, might I suggest maybe putting it in a paper where it becomes public knowledge, and thereby if everybody knows about it, this estate is separate.
Well, I could do that. However, I don't have the funds to do that at this point. It's rather expensive. There are other means of doing it. We could publish it on a courthouse wall and then by affidavit prove that it had been published in the courthouse wall.
Yeah, that would be the way out.
No, there are ways to do it. There are many ways to attack. I also wanted to touch upon the fact of their oaths and their bonds. Okay, at some point in here, I mentioned that they took oaths, they had bonds, they had duties. Okay, now in employees and officers, employees, okay, of AMJUR, the oath, the bond. There is a contract between the sureties, their insurance, whoever insures them, okay? They have sureties. The officer is a principal, and you are the obligee.
Now watch this. Now watch my class. Who insured it? Now watch this. Who insured it? Chat room. This is how I know. Who the insurance firm that insured this whole process? Hit the like button and subscribe. Bust it. Bust it. The Lloyds of London. Press 1. The Lloyds of London. All right. That may sound familiar because Candace Owens. Press 1. Now you see why she be going at our people so much. Hit the like button and subscribe. See, Candace Owens go at our people so much because her husband is a Lloyd, and their whole, see how we got them? She get on the screen looking all good and that little makeup she be wearing, press 1. But no, she's a wombat just like everybody else. Press 1. I said she's a wombat like everybody else. Press 1. They put that makeup on, get to smiling, and forget how they really look when they wake up. Press 1. You ain't put makeup on a pig now. Press 1. You shouldn't be talking about nobody else on earth Press at all. At all. You don't need to be talking about nobody. And we're going to get back into why is ugly people always bullying in 2023. Okay? I just want to let y'all know life ain't what it seems. Okay? People are mean and ugly spirited because they are mean and ugly. That's why. That's why. All they got in their life is filled with the amount of hate they've been consumed with going to them schools they went to. That's on them. What's important is we don't listen to them. We don't listen to them. You know, beware.
Okay, there is a contract between the three of them. They owe you a duty to uphold the law.
They owe you a duty to do what?
Okay, they have sureties. The officer is a principal.
He's the
and
principal.
You are the obligee. Okay, there is a contract between the three of them. They owe you a duty to uphold the law by way of their bond. They have put up a bond saying that they are going to uphold the Constitution of the United States.
Told you. I told you. I told you by way of bond. There it is. Let's go.
This is their oath.
Told you this is their oath. And they will honor their oath. Press 1. They will honor their oath. They have no legal jurisdiction from stopping you from growing. The more you grow as a nation, the more, this is what it is. They owe you as an obligation. This is an oath that goes back since the founding fathers. Since you don't even know about. You up at work, you probably be doing stuff, you probably short on dollars, and this is true.
When they breach this
trust
oath, the oath to support this,
listen,
they default on their bond.
They defaulted.
When they default on their bond, they break a contract.
They broke the contract.
And now we have a way to possibly go toward the commercial lien process.
Look.
Because they have left it open themselves.
Look. Time. Right there.
And when it comes to their oath, this is the only place that God resides in their universe.
Told you. The only place that God resides is where? Is in their oath. They will keep their word. Press 1. All that Freemasonic scary shit sound good to you children, but they will honor and keep the oath. Press 1. They have a duty to do so. To safeguard the oaths. They've done, I don't know, we'll be able to tell what type of job they've done, but they have an oath. They're obligated by that oath.
This is an oath to God that they will get the punishment of God.
That's right. Press 1. That they'll do what? So what is there to be afraid of? When they've taken an oath to honor the word of God. Press 1. What is there to be afraid of? You tell me. You tell me. I told you, you walk in truth. There's nothing to be afraid of but fear itself. Press 1. You walk in truth and you stand firm against any opposition that come against your truth.
And as free agents of and representatives of God on this world, I will go after them.
Facts.
I am his free agent and his representative, and he shall find us a way.
I told you.
Because this belongs to him and he gave it to me.
This belongs to him. And
May
he
God
did
bless
what?
you.
This belongs to who? Now, can we go to John 16? Now, wait a minute.
The oath to support this.
You see?
They default on their bond.
You see how this works? This is not paperwork.
When they default on their bond, they break a contract, and now we have a way to possibly go toward the commercial lien process. See? Because they have left it open themselves.
They left it open.
And when it comes to their oath, This is the only place that God...
You want to know what the G on the ring stands for? God. Press 1. Press God. Press 1. And they have no choice but to honor the oath. Facts. Not so scary now, is it? Oh, the Freemason is do this one and that one. Bruh, focus.
Resides in their universe. This is an oath to God that
What?
they will get the punishment of God.
If what?
And as free agents of and representatives of God on this world, I will go.
You remember when Rick Ross said free agent up, but we faster, big contracts, big contractors. He talking shit. You see, he talking big shit.
After them. I am his free agent and his representative, and he shall find us a way.
Look, I'm
because
trying to tell
this
you.
belongs to him and he gave it to me.
And this whole kingdom belongs to him. And he gave it to me by way of descent. That's why. I'm not telling you no different than what she told her people. I'm telling you from this spectrum over here. That's mine. And he gave it to me. That's why. That's why.
May God bless you.
No one under the 14th Amendment was ever offered freedom. They were offered equality. Press 1. You see? Civil rights, family. And enjoy that. Coffee and Kush TV. I'm going to leave my phone on. Somebody said supremacy of God and the rule of law. There you go. There you go. So you get a sense of the language that you would have to be using here. The mind frame at Cairo University, hanging out with Kev Gills, conspiracies at night, the level of intellect that's here, and then the level of intellect from, like, let's say, our trolls, our people at that level. If we just different, you know. Shout out to the people who support this broadcast. 424-209-9506 questions or anything like that. If not, you feel me? But she just broke something down. So important. It's so important. She acting like she is designed to have that. That's the mind frame you gotta have. You gotta have that mind frame of this is yours. You're supposed to. This is right. In their stealing of your historical tragedy, they don't make a whole religion out of and false idol gods out of your trauma. It's like that movie Get Out. Press 1. Press 1. It's like that movie Get Out. It's as simple as that. The scripture is like that movie Get Out. You remember that movie? If you remember that movie Get Out, press 1. If you remember the movie Get Out, press 1. You know I love the movies. Press 1 so I can get it. So I can get it. So I can judge the mindset of the people right now. I want to see if we watch this movie. So we all watch the movie Get Out. Let's go. Here we go. I'm going to show y'all what it's like. I'm going to show y'all how this really plays out. Now, it ain't all that spooky stuff. All right, y'all with me? It's playing out just like the movie Get Out. Kind of. All right, but I'm trying to give you a allegorical mindset dealing with movies. Take it out the stars, put it in the movies, right? All right, here we go. All right, since we all here and we watched it, what happened at the end to Get Out? I mean, who shows up at the end of the movie Get Out? Who shows up? Who helps the person that was there hypnotized the whole movie? Had to fight this person off. He had to fight this person off. He had to fight this person off. All the miraculous shit. His ass is hypnotized and shit. His friend, Yvette says, his friend. Press 1. TSA. Press 1. What was the words he used for TSA? We about that. He said something so hilarious. It's shit like this. And why Al Pacino in The Devil's Advocate was like, he's a freaking comedian. I worship that never. Because it's just, God works in not only mysterious ways, when you think about it, it causes that chuckle from the gut that George Bush was talking about. You feel me? It's like, dang, you really did it like that. So his friend shows up. And when he hops out, he shows up as what? As what? TSA. Law enforcement. He in a cop car. Press 1. He's in the cop car. So his friend is showing up as law enforcement. How did he even find him? Was it the phone call or what? All right, now watch this. This nigga hypnotized, fucked up, laying on the street. What did his friend say when he hopped out the car? What's the first words he called him by and it woke him up? Come on. What did he say? He got out the car and said, and he woke up, and he got up. He finally got up. He called him Chris. Remember? Chris. Remember? He said, Chris. Press 1. He said, Chris, wake up, Chris. And he woke up. Remember, he got in the car. What made you come for me? He said, TSA, zoom, 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 wow, wow. But what he said was, he said, I told you not to go in that house. Press 1.
Like this. Not like this.
I told you, don't go in that house. Press 1. Told you. Don't do it. You got yourself in all that trouble. And by the grace of God, Chris Cross, and you gotta laugh from the gut. Chris, wake up. Chris. You gotta remember who you is, G. That's why Tupac put himself on the cross. Chris Cross. That's why he put the Bible scriptures on him like that. Because it's deeper than rap, champ. So, it's all about you. And you being lost and hypnotized and letting them live through you as Chris. Because the Christians, Chris, press 1. And you know, everybody hates Chris. Chris. Press 1. You see? That's equivalent to take from this tree, anything from this tree you can eat. But that tree over there, with that crazy, you should surely die. You chose to do that. It wasn't TSA, the police, CIA. You chose to do that. You went right over there. There are protections against the trust, even against itself. You hear me? Even against itself, Chris. Even you, even in your own ignorance, you'll be out in that street. Yeah, before the trust is misused for this shit. If you're not capable of understanding the proper use of it. So the movie's been trying to tell you, but that's all allegory, like religion. That's why they say Hollywood is the new religion, because it's all allegories and astrology. So they serve Serapis. Press 1, but we'll get to that. That concludes the show. Coffee and Kush TV, Kev Rowe. We thank y'all for tuning in. Shout out to the people who support this broadcast on my Cash App. Hopefully I'll have enough time to come back. Anything I'm missing? 424-209-9506. You still got time. So we're just dealing with heirs and freedmen and people of heir descent who were genocided out. These are the people by way of the Victorian age, the Victorian era, that has been whitewashed out of history, made to look like white pilgrims. Press 1 on took photos with photo ops and all type of background and our clothes. Press 1. The Pope has taken the position of spiritual body and put a man in charge. Press 1 of the spiritual body from a foreign place. You've been alienated. So your spiritual body, press 1, has been placed over here. See the separation? And then your estate has been separated. And they come right on through. They come right on through. So understanding the metaphysics in law, that's what she's saying. My think tank. And we have to begin to understand the metaphysics. Well, we do. But the rest of you guys, potentials. The metaphysical aspect in law to begin to make change. You get it? And you can say you want this or you want that. First thing is first, you got to understand this is an act of service rather than you want some reparation. That can't be even in your language. They can be in theirs because they don't know too much. They don't even know what they fighting for. Press 1. They don't even know why they want reparations. They just want reparation. Press 1. And that's why they're children. They just know. You know how your kids know, mama, your check came today. That's how God's people is. They know something that's in the air around Jubilee. They don't know, but they really know. And I'm glad we've been able to make sense of it all. Me, Taj said, people of the past, people of today. Press 1. Hit that like button and subscribe. Taj, call back. I think that was Taj. You can call back. I had to connect my call. But yeah, you got to be able to see it. You got to take the allegory out, the fear stuff. That way, Satan's minions, per se, wouldn't have that over you when you on your own quest for knowledge and wisdom. You won't have nobody trying to play the trickster on you when you have a foundation kind of like this or whatever you can build around that outer structure. You know what I'm saying? There's nobody that's been able to penetrate this foundation. And I've tested it in the Pan-Africans. I tested it with the Indian. I tested it with the FBA. I tested it with that so-called Africans. I'm testing it all over with the astrophysicists. I'm testing it with 19 keys. I'm testing it with the Nation of Islam. I'm testing it with the believers of Serapis by way of Christian worship. Listen to me, family. I'm testing them, seeing where they at. I thought I was the new guy. I was the clown. You feel me? You remember? I was the clown. My man Sarnetta said, "You know what? You just need a fucking a red nose, a little squishy nose, clown." That pissed me off because he was right. I said, "Oh yeah, I'm a clown. I'm gonna show you some Joker shit." Coffee and Kush TV, you on the air. Yo, what up? What up, Taj?
Just calling because I think I'm starting to get the who, what, when, where, and why, and just touching in on the what was taken and what is owed. I think I have a better understanding when she was talking about the pedestrian and things of that nature, and I'm gaining a greater understanding of the whole commercial side of it and how they literally made everything commercial. So they not only took everybody's land, but they stepped into their businesses.
Come on.
They stepped into their businesses. And that is part of the reparation, is the fact that like we were looking at the T.A. Gillespie munitions plant.
Right. Wasn't that an automobile company? Ford?
Exactly. Yes. It was a motor company. Yes. So essentially, yes, exactly. So instead of Ford, it should be Gillespie. Yeah. Something like that.
Now, wait a minute. Wait a minute. I ain't going to say nothing, but I just said, I ain't even going to lie to you, bro. I was just on a highway, and I just said, you see that car right there? I'll take all them logos off and put my name on that right there and call it Gillespie. I ain't gonna lie to you. I just said it, bro. That's a lot flyer, bro. That's flyer. We gonna build a brand. We gonna build a brand.
In old English.
In old English. In old English and new English and calligraphy and all different type of styles of
I see it, bro. I see it, man. Yes.
That's crazy.
Man. I just wanted to touch in, bro, and that right there. That's what I thought I heard, man. I just wanted to make sure that's what I heard.
My man.
And now, like I said yesterday, I understand that white lady, bro.
Yeah, that white lady crazy, man. That white lady crazy. Delarese, Coffee and Kush TV. It's all about that right there. So let's say Ford is really Gillespie, old Gillespie plant. And I know niggas be out there hating like because I didn't research you. We were looking for me, Sid, and Taj, and niggas, bro. We like, let's see where Kev lined up first. And then Kev is like, oh shit. We went all into the presidents. Like, wait a minute, we got lost in imagination. Looking for me. Looking for the name in which, what we found was otherworldly. The conclusion that Sad ain't even probably here right now. Sad probably bugging like, this is crazy. I don't know. Shout out Sad, he was here earlier, but he knows like, even going back to the genocide of the people under the Vatican, under the church. We were talking about Abraham's bosom and how they stole the crown jewels and all other stuff. The Harlem Hellfighters that end up going to France and all these places and never came home. That led to the black National Guardsmen who were all sailors who never came home, which led to the Lost at Sea, which led to the SESQV Trust. Well, you got your firstborns, you got the firstborn sacrifice by way of look, we own, Z. We're not just playing. We like, wait a minute. We're actually connecting the dots. We don't got $30 million in funding. If we did, we'll all be millionaires. My whole team. I wish we did. But we would be like, what's that show? When it's a discovery show where they just put things together. That's what we're supposed to be doing. Compiling all of this information in a way we'll be able to look at the past, like on that movie Minority Report. And right now with apps, we'll be able to move shit around. I'm gonna get me a board. I'm gonna get me one of them $3,000 whiteboards so I can just draw and point right here, look like a real. See, y'all, I'm fucked up. I'm good on a layaway program. I'm gonna have to talk to Amazon about a layaway program. Press one. They tripping, folks. And people with bad credit, I'm gonna help my EBT people out. Shout out to y'all. But I'm saying we should be able to look like that with the amount of technology that's out here, we should be able to put a whole timeline of event just like this on a digital whiteboard and then start filling in just like that. It might take a whole year. we'll be fucking the new age theologians and shit. We think of like superhero names and shit, right? You know, like the new age fucking philanthropists and philosophy and fucking Hunty J. Tell the truth. All you need is a fucking whiteboard and a timeline app. If we don't got it, we'll hire some Asian people to create it, and then they'll do it for the low. Press one. All we need is to utilize China Mac correctly. Press one. I know that's funny.
Deborah.
I'm just saying. We gotta utilize these motherfuckers. Coffee and Cushion TV. You on the air, Deborah? What up?
Hey, this is Deborah from Florida, and I went down the Gillespie name and would like to share some George Gillespie findings, which I found in a book of ministry.
A book of ministry. Talk to me.
Yes, sir. This is in the back. In this George Gillespie. I followed the Serapis teachers' information and did what they did. So we have George Gillespie, nephew of preceding, which is Thomas Gillespie, born in 1755, son of George G. of Windy Hills, Dumfriesshire, and Sarah Russell. Educated at the University of Edinburgh, licensed by Presbyterian Langholm, 3rd May 1791. Was sometime a teacher in Edinburgh, ordained assistant and successor 21st December 1797, died unmarried 26 February 1828, and that's the father of George Gillespie. George G is how he's named. Yeah. It says he is the son of John G. and Mary McClellan. Shall I go on?
Sure. Why not? I like this.
Okay. Educated at the University of Edinburgh, licensed by Presbytery of Annan, 31st December 1823, sometime a tutor on the continent, preceded by George IV, and ordained 12th September 1828, died 20th of April, married 18th of May 1835, Mary Ann, who died at Preston, Lancashire, 1st January 1873, daughter of James Ewer, Flintshire, and had issue Richard Addison, minister of Crossmichael, James Ewer, minister of Kirkgension, and the publication says the account of the parish in the New State According. As I go back through this book, it has some of his writing, which led me to a website called A Puritan's Mind.
Go ahead.
Which has many of his writings.
Go ahead.
A Puritan's Mind has George Gillespie's writing with Bible verse highlighted, and it's been very helpful to understand his Aaron's rod blossoming.
Yeah.
Excuse me, I do have lung issues, but I had to speak this when you were speaking of Gillespie.
Go ahead.
Sir. As I go back through the book, I got here by looking up Scottish wool trade of 1821 with Australia, and that number from that little map got me here looking for the Galloways, because the deal was done with the Galloways. Cursive writing to me just jumped out, so I went looking for Galloways, and I found Gillespie in the same book. which is a book of mysteries, and I asked permission to send you that on the website called Coffee and Cushy Universe Live.
Of course. Well, you can send it to me on my Patreon.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I will do that. Thank you, sir. I'll be in the back.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. So he bugging. Press 1. They bugging. Because I'm showing you Colonel George Washington Gillespie. Now that's how crazy this is. This how crazy this is. Now watch this. Now watch this. Now I'm glad she got on that. Didn't I just show you that? Confirmed. This is real life history, not allegory. You don't know who the colonel is, chicken head. Press 1. That's your problem. You don't know. No, let's go to Limestone George. Do you know who that is? Going back into going back into history once again. Kev does it again. George Gillespie the second. Press 1. Uh-oh. Scott Irish. We're talking not regular house. Press 1. Not regular people, bro. I don't even want to go there, bro. See, Tariq Nasheed can't do this. Tariq Nasheed and Dan Calloway, they was Indians.
Not like this.
Savages living on the backs of turtles. Savages living on the backs of turtles, sir. That's different, G. So we're talking colonel. You know what a colonel is? Press 1. Let me show you something else. Okay? That's just off of George II, because we was talking about George II. Now, say it probably like this nigga Kev. I don't know. Should
Unknown caller.
It get a little crazy, G. Coffee and Kush TV, you on the air.
Hey, yo, peace, Kev. I love what you're doing, but my question to you, I was watching, the live. So how do we get back in tune? That's my question. If we are labeled black, you see what I'm saying? Like how, like a process of coming a free man, you know what I mean? Because we recognize in the court as black without getting into we indigenous and all of that garbage. Like how, you know what I mean? Like how will we be in, like legal standing? You know what I'm saying? If we don't have like a nationality, putting all that Morris bullshit aside, you know what I'm saying? Like, how do we,
Well, it's not bullshit. They have a
not
lot
bullshit,
of,
but
we be shit talking, but but it's not bullshit. That's how I got here.
Got you.
That's how I got here. So you got to give the Moors, especially the brother, the black man. You got to give them they just do, man. They held it down.
True.
They held this shit down, brother.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But then again, a lot of them still fall up under that Islamic. You see what I'm saying? Without the religion.
You can only go as far as the shepherd leads you, man.
Got you. Okay, got you. Respect. Okay. I ain't gonna hold it up.
They
man.
say don't outshine the master. I say do better.
Yo, you just made my day, brother.
Yes, sir.
Hey, yo, Kev, you made my day with that one. Hey, yo, God bless,
better,
brother.
Man. My man. He said, what do? We do better and keep building. You feel me? Hit that like button and subscribe. 424-209-9506. 209. Now listen to this. Now look at this. The Medal of Honor. Do you want to know what the Medal of Honor came from? It came from a Gillespie, a stolen valor. Look. George Louis Gillespie.
Unknown caller.
Medal of Honor. It was the Gillespie Honor before it was the Medal of Honor. Press 1. This guy, Taj, you know who this is. Sir Taj, Taj, if we don't find this guy, call me and Kush. So when I'm telling you they took our nobility, I really mean that. You feel me, Todd? The whole American economy is it. Where you get the Medal of Honor from if it ain't highest honor in America? Coffee and Kush TV. You on the air.
You're not ready to fight. You all talk, chatter patty. You a chatty patty. You a bitch.
Fight for what?
Let's talk, man. You ain't ready to go to no
Sir.
White House and tell Joe Biden give it up.
Sir.
You a bitch. You a bitch. You ain't about that life. The last caller asked you, what can we do to get off black? Your dumb ass don't know what the fuck talking about. Do better than the fucking shepherd. Shut your dumb ass up. You don't know what the fuck you talking about.
I'm sorry.
Fuck, you dumb. Like, all this knowledge, all you doing is chatty patty. You a chatty patty.
I wasn't
you a
ready.
bitch.
I wasn't ready for you. And yeah.
You're never ready for me, you bitch.
You all right, man. You trying your hardest.
Go to the White House and tell Joe Biden give us back our land and reclassify us as white. You can't do that.
But Joe Biden, the White House doesn't have any power, silly man.
Gillespie is...
Empowers it to the people. This guy. Woo! He came in hot, family. Shut your ass up. You must go to Joe Biden's house and knock on the door. Oh, jeez. What can you can't deal with them antagonists. They're always going. Good thing this is a free nation. The antagonist is going to be there wherever you go, family. This is living proof. No matter what, no matter what you do, your antagonizer is right there waiting for you. Press 1. Lord have mercy. I say they took an oath, son. They took an oath, just like George Washington took the oath to keep this nation a republic and is married to this game. Press 1. Are you silly young man? Oh my goodness. It feel good to see him laugh though. I ain't gonna lie to you. It feel good that I can laugh so hard and so joyous. Kind of like the 14th Amendment. I can lend my joy into his heart. He actually had a little joy. He had joy. Did you hear it? He said, man, no matter what you do, nigga, I'm on you, but I hate you. He like, I hate you, but I love you so much. Press 1. That's my guy. He's all right. He's all right. He's all right. You all right, champion. It's all right. You right. We not going to do nothing and knocking on no doors for no reason. The young man asked me. I replied to him. You know what he said? He said, man, you made me feel so good with this answer. This fool calls me and said I didn't answer his question. Oh, that was hilarious. Go be a Kush TV. You on the air.
Hi, Professor. This is Shy but Blessed calling from the Bay Area.
The Bay Area. Shout out to you.
Thank you. I just wanted to say, it just baffles me how people don't understand that God knows everything. Like, all this game plan and wanting to be who they not and everything. Like, we really forgot that God knows everything.
I don't know what you mean by that. God know everything, like, period?
Period.
Okay, so
Period.
Who said that God didn't know everything, ma'am? Why are you arguing with yourself?
Well, I'm not arguing with myself. It's just that I see, how people
ma'am,
portray
where is your
to,
homework? Where is your homework, ma'am? Where's your homework? What you know about this subject, man? We mean pretending to portray to be heirs. Ma'am, how about, where's your homework? What did you learn today? Talk to me, Bay Area.
Today I learned that the lady that was speaking, how she's trying to be an heir
Uh-huh.
and how she's giving information and everything. It's like a Decepticon. Like, you can't portray to be what God already know is. You know, I may not know how to word things correctly or what have you. I'm a student. I'm not a professor. So, and I do require tutoring at times. So, you know, just like looking at how people just deceive things and how it's just like the creator, I say the creator God is a jokester. Like, these people really think they outsmarting creation and God.
Why you say he's a jokester? Why you say that?
Because it's funny when you look at it, how, you know, like they amend laws and write in laws and everything to try to go above what God law is.
Yes.
But it's funny because they can't do it.
Why?
Like, it's a joke.
Why?
Why they can't?
Is it like April
because
Fools?
the law
is it like
is
an
set.
April
The law
Fool's joke?
doesn't change.
Oh. So it's like an April Fool's jokes on them type of thing.
Yes.
I get it.
It's April Fool on them.
I got you. Anything else? What else?
No, that's it.
What else you learn? What else you learn?
I've learned about, I'm learning about genocide.
All right.
Because I don't know it all. I'm gonna keep saying that. I'm learning about genocide, Martha Sanger.
All right.
The Gillespies.
We just learned about that today. Gillespies. Ain't that crazy?
Yes.
So say you was
and how the cover up, like George Washington, the cover ups, like cutting off names and everything. It's like
so do you think cutting off George Washington Gillespie's last name is the beheading of the Negroes and the removal of the heads of state? If you dethrone the king? Oh, got you. I got you. Okay.
And
okay.
The reason I say like it's a bunch of Decepticons because they feel like just by cutting off names, like heirs won't, you know, like they cut off the heirs. Like to rename myself or their self is to like say, okay, things change. Like it don't change. God's law is the law, and that's a final. You know,
is that why they try to change the law and amend it to make it fit international people and international nations of immigrating and alienating God's people?
Yes, most definitely.
Interesting.
And it ain't working.
Why?
Because it ain't gonna work. This is God's kingdom. Like it's just like I don't understand, and they will lie until they die. Like I don't understand.
So we've been believing
in
their stuff this whole time. So maybe that's why it's been working this whole time.
Or so we all thought.
Maybe we wasn't as asleep as they thought we were.
Exactly.
Because ain't no way we could have been this sleep, and Kev, who ain't never graduated shit, walking around with all this knowledge and wisdom. That ain't making no. That's an anomaly.
What I'm telling you.
Yes. That's crazy.
And God is so smooth that he'll make people believe that we're asleep. You know what I mean? That
wait a minute. So you telling me so we've been acting like we've been nodding off, but God got our eye open?
All the time. All the time. That's what
you made my stomach hurt with that one. Oh my God!
All the time.
I'm getting a better understanding
from the movies, from everything. It's like, okay, we're gonna just throw this in their face forever.
And we be laughing, but we look like monkeys laughing to them, so they don't really know we laughing like ha ha ha. You see this shit?
Yeah, we figuring it out. Like, why is all this like it is? How can people claim to have built things but in their countries they have nothing. And I don't want to disrespect anyone, but I just, as myself, I look and I'm like, okay, so we were slaves, right?
Hold up. You just can't. You can't do the shit like that.
It's like, okay.
Okay, so you gotta get it. You said they ain't
right?
got nothing. You telling me all them black people in Africa, they ain't got no Michael Jordan flying around or nothing? Go ahead.
But not only that,
Go ahead.
slave masters claim, that they had this, that, and third, they rich and all this and that.
Go ahead.
But I'm like, okay, so because the photos and stuff that I see, even the ones they try to say how they were kings and queens and stuff, the clothing don't fit. And if you knew all this now, what happened to like the Victorians and stuff? Again, I'm from the Bay Area,
Go
San
ahead.
Francisco.
Go. So that's okay. I gotta go to Frisco because that's what the world needs to see.
It's a lot of Victorians.
Yeah.
Yes.
Very classic. Very classic. In fact, I caught a plane. I love saying that shit. I caught a plane with a person from Europe, and we were talking about. She said, "Have you been?" I said, "I'm from California, from LA." She said, "You been to San Francisco?" I said, "No." She said, "You should go. It's just like Europe." And I'm like, I didn't get it. I was like, what the shit? But the Victorian age era is what she was saying and why I should go. Now, I'm always in spirit, so I'm like, all right, I hear it from this white lady from Britain because they know a little too. They know a lot too. And they're free to express it with individuals in that mental space, that's free. So I gotta go up there. But tell me more about it.
Okay, so and let me say this, because everybody likes to think that Frisco have a lot of gay people.
Yeah.
That's not. Excuse me. I know but that's not true. That's in the section of the San Francisco area. It's a section. Okay, first of all.
Oh, okay. So it's not like what people say about Atlanta. Atlanta probably the same. It's probably like a little section or something. I don't know. I don't. You know, people got that.
I don't know. I haven't been out there.
Go
I
ahead.
can only speak for where I've been.
I got you.
So
this ain't the manosphere, so we don't need to know
back,
where they at. This ain't the manosphere. Go ahead.
Okay, so going back to the Victorians and stuff, the houses and stuff out here.
Okay.
I'm like, okay, so we were slaves. They built up things and stuff like that. So what happened? Why is it that now they don't have the materials to build the Victorians? Why is it that, they're building up slums and stuff, so they don't really have what they claim to have had? Because if so, what happened? Brain thing where they forgot how to build these things and stuff like that? And also, I'm noticing, on some shows and stuff, how they have these shows coming out, but they'll show, the best areas, which are people built, like the castles and they'll show the best areas. Yes. But if we look closely in the background, it's slummish.
Of course.
You know what I'm saying?
Of course.
So I'm like, what happened to the materials and all,
They couldn't pay their little rent. They couldn't pay their traveling fees. They couldn't do nothing. So they overthrew. That's what the fuck they did. And you ever notice that all the Victorian age homes look like little castles, like on the Addams Family?
Yes. They really do.
They're like mini mansions.
They really do.
Like mini mansions.
They do. I am a witness to that. They do look like mini
Because we got
mansions.
some in South Central LA on Arlington, right? If you go up Arlington and Normandy area, niggas used to go Halloween over there because that's where all the big houses is. You get all the candy. You know what I'm saying? But the homes always was damn, when was this built? Because they're just beautiful. They're big. They got basements and attics, damn it. What the shit?
They do.
They're like triple floors.
And they're built.
And they're well built and wood and oak. And I can see fine art in these types of places, like oil paintings maybe and shit like this. This is deep shit.
Yes. And then, just to think about it, the mansions and things nowadays, they look extravagant on TV, but they're not built like Victorian homes, and they'll never be replicated because
of the material being used, the overpricing of homes just on the way they're supposed to be. Look, these were actually built with stone mainly. If you go in LA, man, these homes are more stone as a like deep shit. So, you know.
Yep.
So let me ask you a question. Adam and Eve, let's say Adam's family, dead. What we call that? Not rigor mortis. Well, mortis what? When they're dead in law?
Mortmain or
Mortmain. I said rigor mortis.
I don't know. I'm learning from you.
But yeah,
and I'm also seeing as I'm learning.
Yeah, so we at Mortmain. So Adam's family turned white. Okay. Like into the fulfillment of Gentile, whatever. But as we're dead, Adam's family, they're alive, Adam's family. So let's say you coming from being dead, black refugee in law, doesn't matter in law, just dead, completely dead, is the rise of the dead man the end of the world as we know it?
Yes.
Why?
Yes, because we know lies. We don't know the truth. We don't want to accept the truth. We don't want to believe that we were more than what they portray us to be. A lot of people don't want to believe that. And it's like, we have to come up out the lie. We have to believe. We have to open our eyes and see. And it is scary because I'm telling you, as I'm seeing, it's scary. It's like, nah, no way. Oh, but we have been dead.
Yes.
And we have to come back alive. It's a must. And it's not our choice. It's God's choice. And it's going to happen.
It's happening
so
now.
We just need to be
it's
ready
happening
for
with
it,
you. You watching
it.
TV or something, and they say something you would have never noticed. Like, whoa.
Yes.
There was a big earthquake back in San Francisco.
That's true.
Killed over 400,000 people. They say. I think it was an air raid, but they say all type of shit. But everything was destroyed, just like Middle America, Tulsa, Oklahoma, and all that. So
yes. And another thing
go ahead.
Is that like out here, they have a lot of like it's history, and it's history that can't be found. Like my mom was saying, the area in which we were raised in the Bayview area.
Yes.
The way things were, they don't have the history of. Like, you can't go to the library and find, like, how things were back then. So all of our history is lost.
Well, that's crazy. But then you would have to find different pockets of that time frame. Let's take old San Francisco with Wilmington, North Carolina. You see what I'm saying? Because they lost the history there doesn't mean you can't find it there. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
Because it's going on. Not too many people were fortunate like Wilmington to have preserved their constitution. And all of these constitutions ran in all this stuff. So whether it was lost or not, a great deed was done that it was an intent for it to be lost. Shout out to Wilmington and the ancestors for preserving that moment in time. Because we wouldn't know about Queen Charlotte, that Charlotte, North Carolina. Like, what does that have to do with anything? Well, if you knew George was from Rowan County, North Carolina, and then you get it in your mind, like, wait a minute, could these people had been nobility or grant writers or charter grantors and things of this nature? Came back and said, it's a high probability that these individuals were the ones who were subverted, therefore the nation was subverted.
Of course.
And that's deep.
That's right. Very deep.
So anything else, Queen? She said it's the truth. I can feel it. Moment. Thank you so much. Thank
you.
Yes, ma'am. I love it. Hey, shout out to the sisters. Shout out to San Francisco. And it's time to get out to these areas, get a lot of recordings down. Shout out to the sister who contributed the big $50 in the Miss Pam. Press one, bam, in the building. She say, for Jezebel in the house, Thank you. No problem, Pam. Press 1. The beads on the back of that neck. No problem, Pam. Press 1. Crazy, 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 Pam. For sure. Bye, Pam. Thank you for your contribution, Pam. That's gonna fuck her up forever. Jezebel Pam, nigga. Shout out to y'all out there in the world who watch the show. Love me but hate me. I'm the professor. Talk to me after class. It'll be what it be. You know. But it's true. So getting back to the Medal of Honor, press 1. See? Getting back to the Medal of Honor, press 1. Hey, what was that Mason guy? He said George Lewis. He forgot Gillespie. Press 1. That Mason guy said it's going to be a return of George Lewis. And my name is Lewis, so press 1. No, but it's the honorable ones. Press 1. Hit that like button. See, George Lewis Gillespie is 1841. Ain't no, man, all this Indian stuff. That's what I'm trying to tell y'all is it's all stolen names and valor by way of reclassification. When you look at, let's say, Gillespie name, from this point of view, all of these names are in the Bible, bro. All of them. All of them, bro. From John, all of them. You can type in every name up here, bro. That's what had me thinking will and statue of wills like the lady we found on Rumble. Press 1. We're going to Rumble. We went to Rumble with it. Press 1. Hit the like button. That's why we got there. See, Colonel George Washington Gillespie Sr. He is the Continental Army Colonel. And let Said tell it, he's the one, that's George Washington. When Said tell you the battles in which this colonel fought, that's George Washington. I'm not going to tell you. I'm going to let Said tell you because he found that, not me. He found a lot of reports that lined up like, wait a minute. So this is the husband of Mary and then the father of John. And each one of these people Elizabeth, Reverend George Gillespie. So we got the right people. Press 1. Look, bro. Bro, we got the right people, bro. Hit the... I'm telling you. Now, say it found... Look, bruh. Let me tell you. Now, Reverend George Gillespie is the... You can Google it. It's the thunderous preacher. That's what... I'm sorry, man. That's because we right here, so we might as well have this conversation. Why not? Why not? And then you have the Knox. Press 1. Then you have the Knox family, which is Gillespie. Press 1. Now, when you think Knox, if you're thinking Colonel George Washington Gillespie and you're thinking Knox, you're thinking gold at Fort Knox. Follow the yellow brick road. Press 1. Somebody just wrote, facts, he inspired the National Covenant. Remember the rainbow. There you go. Remember the contract. Remember the covenant. There you go. Okay? You know how they say Richard Graham? But that's a stolen name. Billy Graham, that's stolen. It's Dr. Gillespie.
Unknown caller.
These are all stolen names, and these are characters. These are false idols. The real people is these people. I'm trying to tell you. Coffee Kush TV, you're on the air.
Bro, shut up. Stop making
My
the.
bad, bro. I'm just making it up, bro. My bad. I didn't mean to make up stuff. I didn't mean to create this, bro. I just, I didn't, I didn't mean, I didn't mean to create this madness. Press one. This was all. Yeah, that boy mad in the mug. Come on, bro. You supposed to be. Hold up, family. With a camera. You supposed to be finding. You supposed to be finding Francois, bro. You supposed. You supposed to be finding Francois. You're not supposed to be nowhere around this name right here, sir. You called me Russian. You called me a bishop of the Pope. You called me all the time. Oh man, Francois owes George big time. His family has a debt they couldn't pay. They'd be out in them street, one with them sandals on. Hit that like button and subscribe. Call into the show 424-209-9506. Shout out to Teresa in the building. Super chat. Shout out to you, Queen. We love you. I love that you received the information and you eat the vegetables with the bullshit. You feel me? And I thank you. I'm glad you sit through and you got to get through the Democrat mindset to get to the meat and potatoes. But I'm glad that you enjoy the meal and you always here and you support this broadcast. That's the truth of the matter. We're going to go to Akron, Ohio to see what they want here. Coffee and Kush TV, Akron, Ohio. You're on the air.
Whoever's supporting you are dumbasses, man.
Come on, bro. Just chill out, bro. You ain't got to be so upset at the supporters. I'm going to hang you up right there. Akron, Ohio. I'm seeing you finding all these type of numbers to call in, but that's okay. I'm going to block that one too. You're going to be spending your life trolling me. You're going to spend the rest of your life trolling me. You're confined to hell in your brain. You're confined. So anyway, because Francois cannot be named. Press 1. There's no Francois at this time in this nation. They mean nothing in Great Britain. Coffee and Kush TV, you're on the air.
What's up, Kansas City? What's going on, brother?
Man, talk to me, King.
Yeah, I've been trying to call in for a second, but I was in the back a little bit.
Go ahead.
Not calling. Oh yeah, the Gillespie's my man. That's all you, brother. That's all you. That's the highest of the highest.
Would these people be involved in trust and stuff like that when granting and consulting the corporation's ability to hire immigrants as employees or something? Like, would they be around at this time?
Yes, sir, because they are related to King James himself.
King James himself?
Yeah, they related to King James himself. King George is like the great grandson of King James.
So we're talking 1500s.
Oh yeah, well 16.
Got you.
1600s.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
yes, sir.
This happens by descent. Okay.
Yes, sir. Has to be a kinsman.
Got you.
I don't know how the name thing with the King Stewart and Gillespie. I don't know how it went from Stewart to Gillespie, but for sure King George is the great grandson of King James.
So it'll be King George Washington Gillespie in his royal status, his Colonel George in his military status, and spiritual advisor. I got you. And this is all descended from how heirs and kingdoms are passed down, how God instruments Magna Carta instruction on earth or something to that magnitude, correct?
Yes, sir, because it goes back to the Order of the Garter.
Go ahead.
Because remember what your coat of arms that you showed with the sash around it. The sash is the garter. So all the nobles will have a garter around their coats of arms just to show that they are of the order.
And these would be the highest of the highest of nobility.
By birthright.
By birthright, yes, sir.
That's not.
These will be your electors.
These will be your electors. I got you. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I got you. There's something else I wanted to ask you. Damn, man, I forgot, bro. It was so much.
You too, sir.
It's just a lot, bro. Go ahead.
So you were talking about the Gillespie Medal of Honor, right?
Yes.
So is that the Morning Star?
I was looking at that. What made you say that?
Well, they say that the
you see it, right?
The symbolism for the morning. The symbolism for the Morning Star would be the upside down star.
Look.
But that's just a representation of the movement of Venus. But like in Revelations, like I think it's Revelations 2, it talks about what John is saying that he'll get the Morning Star. Like it's an honor to have.
It's an honor to have because it's a high honor in is it the highest honor?
Right.
It's the highest honor.
That would be yes, sir. Except for like the made up stuff that they have with the monarchy and all those fictitious.
Yeah. So you got the anchor. I got you. Okay, the trident. You got the serpent. Oh, damn. Okay. So George Louis Gillespie. This was not the Medal of Honor. It was the Gillespie Medal.
Yes. The Gillespie Medal of Honor.
The Gillespie Medal.
So
Let me type that in.
The highest honor to be given to a person or a military. So you know what makes me think about that? Like it's like a war type thing. So the person that will receive the medal is like a wartime thing. So the second Adam will be rewarded, or he will be honored at his birth,
which is his coronation.
Yes, sir. It's a coronation. It would be the giving of the giving of
the passing of one's torch, the passing of the torch.
Right.
It's all of that.
Right. Yeah. I didn't know how to put it, but yeah, it would be the passing of the torch.
What's the god of what's the Apollo? Like it's like oh shit. I see why they made the other thing Serapis. Because look
what
at
other
this.
Thing?
Well, they made the Statue of Liberty, and it's kind of like this. But this is obviously a black dude or something like that. It looked like in the picture that I'm showing. It looked like a black dude or some shit. I'm not sure, but it's crazy that George.
That's it though, right?
Huh?
That's it right there, though. That's the Medal of Honor right there.
That's the Medal of Honor, yes, sir. That's the Medal of Honor. So
with the olive leaves, or okay, but so with the leaves, you see the leaves there. That goes back to what Taj was bringing up with Dionysus, having the grapes or eating the olives. That would be the bloodline of the heirs. It's symbology.
It's symbolic.
It's symbolic. It's a symbol. So it's with the leaves being on there on the Medal of Honor. That's just showing that it comes from the line. It comes from the bloodline.
This is dope. This is
Yes,
dope.
sir.
This is
Yes,
dope.
sir.
Oh, we was talking about Limestone George, remember?
Yes, sir.
And the many battles that Colonel George Washington,
Battle of Kings Mountain.
the battle at
The
where
Battle of
at Kings
Mountain.
Mountain.
Yep, and they had to go. That's where the initial signing of the Declaration of Independence by the British, the Scotsmen. That's where the battle was,
At Kings Mountain.
and it was in right outside of the Appalachian Mountains. That's where you got your Gillespie Pass. No, Gillespie Gap. That's where the Gillespie Gap is to get to. So they fought them off through there because you have like your Highlanders and your Lowlanders. The Lowlands would be for the indentured, and the Highlands would be where, like you said, like the lady was saying about San Francisco, the people living in the hills and things. Those are your Highlanders. Those are your people. Those are your Victorians.
Nobilities. The
Yes, sir.
The landlords and stuff like that.
Above sea level.
Above sea level.
Yes, sir.
Damn.
That's where you get your Emerald City from too, because the emerald comes out of the limestone. You find emeralds in limestone.
And Emerald City, to those who don't know, is best known for what, Seth?
Emerald City. Tell me. I can't remember on the spot right now.
The Wizard of Oz, sir.
Yes, sir. The Wizard of Oz, yeah. I thought you meant like towards the kingdom.
The Wizard of Oz, sir.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
Follow the yellow
And
brick road
go ahead.
to Emerald City. That's on Lime Street, right? So the Emerald City is what?
Yes, sir. That would be the Stolen Kingdom.
And that's what it means. The emerald. That's why it was green. Emerald green. Emerald City. Sure.
Yeah, that's that would be the corporation, correct?
That would be the corporation.
With the Tin Man and the
yes, sir.
With the
yes, sir.
And you go right into the SNEKO.
SNEKO Trust.
Inside of Wonderland.
Inside of Wonderland.
All in Wonderland.
Like Michael Jackson.
Where you can be Peter Pan forever.
That's where you can be.
I watched this video, Kev. It put so many more layers on top of what you say about a man being a child, stuck as a child forever.
Yes.
I watched the man child, the psychology of the man child.
Wow.
And it said that Dionysus, who is Serapis, Mithra, they're all statues of the man child. So Serapis is a man child.
That's
He's
right.
a spoiled brat stuck in this fictitious wonderland in his mind that keeps him in bondage, and he can never see the real light of day. He'll never see it because he doesn't know how to put pen to paper, because he's always in Wonderland. He's always non-compost mental. And that would create the man child that is mad at the world and always waiting for a handout, relied upon the state for Social Security, welfare, never taking the initiative to actually put any of his great ideas into work. That's me, Kev. That's a lot of us. That's
all of us.
A lot of us.
That's all of us.
That's all of us.
That's all of us. And
yes, sir.
And I think that's the issue, and that is the issue in our community. never being able to
That's
put
that's
pen to
dead.
ink
It's
in,
dead.
it's dead.
You're dead because you live inside of your mind. You have a whole a wonderland of a life that you live just inside of your head. And you make up scenarios about what could and what will happen, and none of those things ever happen because you won't let them.
So you stuck wanting to be a rapper until you're 50. And the woman is sitting there, nigga, get it. And he's still thinking he's 22, 19,
Yes, sir.
14. He's locked in.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, it just-
without law and instruction and
proper guidance and love and the love of your father or the father, you'll forever be a child.
you will forever be a man child on the titty.
Yes.
Tupac said, "Dear mama, I'm a man now."
Always craving the wool.
He said, "Dear mama, I'm a man now. I want to make it on my own, not a handout." You see?
Yes, sir.
That's deep. That's why
I tell you the truth, kid.
That's why they made those movies
When
like
I first
Baby
started
Boy.
listening to you,
Go ahead, King.
yes, sir. When I first started listening to you, I was living in my mama's house, bro, and one day I just said, I gotta go, and it's been a journey ever since, and I appreciate it all, bro.
Yes, sir. Sir. We all was somewhere when Kev first started doing this. Hopefully you moved on from there and can look back and say, damn, bro, I was on the run from the police you doing YouTube.
Right.
You feel me? My mind mental was so
Yes, sir.
locked in to just being alone and comfort, bro. That was my escape, kind of. I was like, damn, YouTube is like my little personal way of talking, of getting this off my mind. And now look what it's become. You feel me?
Yeah.
I still smoke. I
It's
do my
inspiring,
thing,
bro. It's inspiring.
but progress and working towards always getting better and God, bro, keeping his knowledge and wisdom and seeking the face of God first before anything. And you know, as a man, stepping out on your own, out of mom's or your girls or whatever your situation is in life, and to trust yourself and put your faith in the process. Yeah, that takes self-motivation. That's like coal being thrown in the engine for a choo-choo train or something, man. You gotta keep filling it in. It's gonna be
Right.
all right. I got this. Keep rolling. Tomorrow coming, take a nap or something, smoke a cigarette. You feel me? Problems at this time
Yeah.
for me, I don't really got no problems, bro. I ain't gonna lie to you. I'm good. You know, I'm like, damn, the situation I was running from took care of itself. And that came by way of somebody
I
trying
remember
to
the
do
day
something.
you went to court.
Yeah, that took a person doing something, trying to false accuse me of something for God in that situation to take effect the way that it did. So I thank that person. But I had you feel me? That right there,
Yeah.
even though that was what they got to deal with, I thank the process. I trust God in that situation, and it worked out for the betterment of me. God found favor for me. You feel me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. You got to work to show
Yeah,
thyself
the Bible
approved. You
says,
feel me?
trust in God in all your ways, and He will guide your path.
Man. So the only thing we can do is just try to walk upright, walk the right way, walk in light, and make sure we're pure hearted when we decision making. And that's, ain't nothing else to life. Take it easy. Live, learn, teach.
Yes, sir.
I appreciate you, champion.
Oh, let me ask you one more question, though.
Go ahead.
I got another question. I've been thinking about this for a minute too.
Go ahead.
Okay, so we talking about first and second Adam, right?
Bingo. Okay, go ahead.
So we go first and second Adam. The first Adam was the first man, right?
Yes.
And they call the president the first man.
Yes.
So when we do our elections, we have to go to the polls.
Yes.
So when we elect the president, we're lifting up this person on the poles.
Yes.
So is that the same thing that would have to be for the second Adam?
Yes.
He would have to be lifted up on the poles in the minds and the hearts of men.
Yes. And he has to be legally able to do so. Free.
God is good, bro.
All the time.
God is good, bro.
Yeah, so you got to walk the path. It's different when you know the path, but you got to walk it. You feel me say it? And that's what I'm enjoying about this walk with the common people, because it teaches me to stay grounded and stay mentally, you know what I'm saying? Me, who I am at my core. And I appreciate people like you that brought a lot of information up front and still do and still will do so. So I appreciate you, sir. This is real.
No problem, Kev. I appreciate you too.
My man said, and that's what he was talking. He talking about, because we talking about law giving. We're talking about the Son of Man. Boom, boom, zoom. If you know, you know. If you, how they say in the Democratic community,
Unknown caller.
if you know, you know. Press what? If you know, you know. You know, as they say in the Democratic community. I personally will vote for Donald Trump one more time. Coffee and Kush TV, you're the air.
Hey, how you doing, man? I really appreciate the program.
What's up, champion?
And you know the whitewashing of the dark skinned people. It speaks about it in the Bible.
Go ahead.
I just remember Job 9:24 when it says that the earth is given onto the hand of the wicked, and he covereth or disguises their faces of the judges thereof, if not where and who he is. And I just appreciate you, telling us about this stuff.
Yes.
Really like keeping, giving us the ability to do our research and continue and actually see how much they've done to take us out of power from 1924. Since the 1600s, you see a lot of European royalty, George Washington, his whole army, the New York Army. Mostly every one of them was black. And the Bible speaks about those who knowingly trod down and ruled over the house of Jacob and Israel. What God has planned for them. The haters of Israel shall be judged for a time. In Second Baruch, Baruch.
Yes, sir.
And I'm not going to go ahead and read the whole thing. I'm going to just put that out there just to let you know the spirit of truth agrees and confirms with everything that you say, man. God bless you.
Thank you, champion. My man. I love it. I love that. Shout out to, who is this? Brian King is in the building. Shout out to my man Brian King, Teresa, Pam, Michael Bell, Betty Hampton, Cedric, Tiffany Jones, known as TJ, in the chat room. Press one, Cedric, and Cedric again. And one of my favorite people in the chat room, even though I don't have time to be looking. Anjanita Moore is in the building. John 16 is in the building. But look, I'm glad people are getting a better understanding about what all this we was talking about.
Unknown caller.
Coffee and Kush TV, Kev Rowe University on the air. What up?
Hi, Kev. This is Tiffany calling in from California.
Tiffany, what up?
I'm calling because I just want to say first, thank you. I've been doing my genealogy, and you're the first one to connect the last names. And the Gillespie, I found out my family married into some. I'm from Knoxville, Tennessee. It's just like all these things you've been laying forth. I just want to say thank you. I'm like kind of crying right now because you're really putting the pieces together for a lot of us. And I just want to say thank you. Thank you, man. I really appreciate it.
What I do for you? What you do? What you do? What you talking about?
Yeah, so I was on a journey of thinking I was like Indian, doing the whole Native American thing, through Dane, and a lot of pieces still were never adding up for me. And when I started doing my genealogy and I found my mother's first family, it started to click to me that there was something a little deeper than what the Indian story was, because the timelines weren't adding up. Like, if we were in slavery, how is this? How is that?
Yeah.
And it just so happened I was finding out, like I said, my mother was adopted, so I had to find out her mother. And I found out her brother, so my mother's uncle, married into the Gillespies in Tennessee. And I'm like, why does that name sound so familiar? So when I started tuning into you, I think that it was more of divine, like, for me to keep going. I started to dig deeper into my the last names, and I traced some of my family's lineage, and it just, like I said, it made sense that it was more of, these are our names. There was more of nobility than us being slaves, and that whole narrative.
Right.
And you just kind of, open up my eyes. I just want to say thank you. It's just kind of hard to put in perspective when you have a lot of different YouTubers preaching different things. I played my share on the Tyree train, and all of it. And none of it.
I seen it as entertaining yet informative to a certain extent. But then once my soul starts saying, "Wait, something doesn't make sense," see, and then what I learned from that experience, it just keeps me going. So although I do and have learned a lot from a Dane Calloway, what I know now about the story Dane Calloway has, and many people like him, and knowing that they're just trying to get federal funding and actually fitting the narrative of the immigrant, then you got to see it for what it is. They too are a part of this matriarch and matrix of deception. Go ahead.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's kind of interesting because I kind of feel like God kind of kept me in a place where I've always had access to different kinds of people, but not a lot of foundational. I'm not going to call it, I hate that word. I hate saying I'm sorry. But not a lot of.
I know what you meant.
Not a lot of Black Americans. I had a lot of people around me that was Black immigrants. And I'm realizing a lot of times the reason why they never wanted to go further or deeper, as I would when I have conversations, is because I honestly believe they know the truth. They knew what their forefathers did to us. So it's all making sense when you start talking about the Red Cross, even how my mother was adopted through the Red Cross, the Catholic Church. We ended up in New Jersey.
You see?
It just, all of it just started to make sense.
And New Jersey is New Jerusalem. New Jersey is the garden state.
Wow. Yeah. So I never made the correlation. I understand they call it the garden state, but the New Jeru.
Then they call it the New Jeru?
Yeah, that makes sense. Okay.
The garden state, yeah.
Yeah, it's all like, I found out, like, my family in the Victorian area where we lived at I'm from Trenton originally, and my family lived on the west side. All of our homes were in the Victorian era, that part of Trenton. And when I started doing my lineage, I'm like, this don't make, like, you're the only one who really started to have us think to that level. It's really profound.
You notice
really
how
profound.
on the East Coast, I don't know this growing up in Cali, but East Coast is like old industrial. And like you can see the whole build up traveling west, even down to the zip codes. But go ahead.
Yeah, absolutely. And I live in California. I live in LA now, but I lived all over New Jersey. And I've done my fair share of traveling to more than like 30 states in America. Yeah. So I understand, like, when you mentioned the Washington thing, recently I went up to Lake Arrowhead in Cali, and I stopped at one of the little bluffs, and I read one of the, like, it's like a kind of when you're telling history, like a little plaque where they have like
on the
information
coastline
about
or something like that.
Yes.
Oh, got
So
you.
it's
I know what
in
you're talking about.
So like there's a specific part of the bluffs coming out of Lake Arrowhead down through San Bernardino, and it talks about Washington and how the Masons found this land, and I was like, how is this correlation? Like, what? But I'm thinking because you were saying how Washington State, were all of like the coast, maybe that all was Washington, California, part of under Washington. Like, why would Washington be in California, this place, having this whole like mural, I guess?
Because they started the caravan all the way east. They,
Okay.
Yeah, they went, I mean, all the way west.
Oh, okay, so they did do the finding. That's not like the real George Washington. Okay.
Those are your John Smiths and shit like that. These are the first people, Christians and people of God, who went west to establish and set up new charters. That's what Sid was talking about. These people are your charter granters. These are your princeps, the people electors. These are your judges and people of nobility. That's what we were just talking about. Go ahead.
Okay, that's making sense. Because I try to when I go to different parts of America, like I think someone had mentioned about like Mount Zion.
Why you think Washington is the father of the nation? Pretty much the first Adam of America.
That makes sense. Because I keep finding his name and like, especially out west, because I've just been more exploring. It's like it's making sense. It makes sense. I have so many pictures. I'm like, Washington's popping out. What's this man? Like who? How? Okay. Wow. I appreciate the chat, man. What you're doing again. I'm just going to keep coming back to the classroom, learning more, and trying to help some of my family understand who they are and whom they belong to. Honestly.
Well, enjoy that. Whatever you find, always come back. Feel free. That Victorian age, I think a lot of women will enjoy that because it really show you guys, black
beautiful.
Women. It is. I'm not gonna lie. It really show you guys in your real form, in your natural form. And when I like growing up in South Central, I don't met all types of black women from the east side to the west side, dark skins to, you know what I'm saying? People I find are very beautiful, are not attractive, but yet still beautiful in the eyes of others. And I see that in the Victorian pictures. Like, wow, I know people who look like this in real life.
Absolutely. It's like,
you know what I'm saying? They live in a project, but damn, this is crazy.
No, I look at it and I start thinking to myself, like, I see a picture you post. I was like, this looks like somebody. Actually, I remember it's a street in Trent called Stuyvesant. Like, I remember like it's a hood now, but I think about those are those women's grandkids. Like, I see them all day. Like, it's beautiful to know,
You feel me?
And they don't even know how their worth right now.
No, they don't, because they don't know the Father.
Beautiful. We're gonna keep digging.
Yes, ma'am. And thank you for that. I'm
No,
impressed.
thank you.
I'm impressed. Thank you, Queen.
No problem at all, Kat. Keep doing what you're doing, and I'll call back with more information.
Yes, ma'am. Lord have mercy. Los Angeles by way of New Jersey is in the building from Trenton. Press 1 in a Victorian home. Now you see, it's been more Victorian homes all over the place. Press 1. I bet you can go all over America, Victorian style homes all over the place. Little mini mansions and mini little homes that was over that. It goes all the way back and 1600, 1700, 18, homes that'll last 200-300 years. These little homes last 50 years and already crack. When they crack, press 1. Recycled cardboard wood homes. Press 1. Foundations were solid during floods. It was made like Frisco. All the homes, because of the slopes, was made off so the water, if it did, them people crazy. Those are stone builders and stuff like that, family. Y'all got to stop letting people scare you. Now stop living in fear of your mind, as if you can't think outside of the confines of yourself. There's something in video game world called third person. And sometimes mentally, you gotta come out your mind a little bit because you're insane. And you're already out your damn mind. So you gotta come out you gotta come out your mind, bro, and see things from a different perspective. See things from a different perspective. Somebody wrote something in the chat room. I'm gonna go to it. Let me see. Let me see what they said. Can Edelberg be in Georgia before they marked it on the map over there? Yes, Deb. Edinburgh can be in Georgia because that's what Amanda sent me earlier on Discord. Press 1. Edelberg or Georgia. We probably got all of old Europe all in America. All founded by the same individuals. And they don't told you a false history and incorporated the same shit over there in different areas. So they might be telling you Jordan River and all of that over there when it's really the Mississippi over here. Press 1. You never know. Because that's how manipulated our minds have been. But that's a good question, Deb. It's questions like that keep us on the air for longer and longer because it takes me back to the Charter of Georgia, 1732. See? And you can't say that they don't honor the king because they do. They have an oath to protect the king. Defender of the faith, so forth, to all whom present. So this is all that right there. Yes. It was talking about the, hold on, let me transform this. Reset. All right, it was talking about by the grace of God of Great Britain, France, and Ireland. King, this is the United Kingdom. This is the kingdom. The United Kingdom. This is the kingdom. Defender of the faith, and so forth, and to all whom these present shall come. So I'm going to be going over this. I'm going to put this on Discord for all those who want to go over it and have something to go over tonight and discuss. Maybe look up on YouTube. You feel me? I'm gonna actually send you to put the link up and get ready for the poker game this weekend. For sure. I want to play poker with you guys while I travel. I don't know if it's this weekend. Probably, yeah, it's this weekend. And I don't want to be bored. I don't want to be bored. I want to play poker. So I'm gonna put that link out for those who want to enter the poker game. And if you're on my Patreon, I'm gonna start. If you're on my Patreon, the starting pot gonna be $100. My personal. So everybody who's on the right tier at the it's more interactive mode at Patreon is gonna get the same intro $100 that I get. Boom. Joe Biden, the fight. Kev Sport. Oh, the fight is coming. That's not today though. That's this weekend. What's the Discord link? Don't worry about it. You gotta be VIP. You gotta be VIP. And you just worry about that Patreon. Get on that Patreon and drop some information so we'll be able to continue these great conversations for our audience. This is Yale, sir. This is Yale. You see that crocodile? Look like my Lacoste shirt. You feel me? You see that crocodile? That's Yale University Law School. Make sure you there. Listen, in memory of Sol Goldman. You know who that is? George. Don't worry about nothing until you get to that truth. Ain't no sense of hanging out with me if your soul ain't right. Press 1. We don't did that before, champion. We don't seen many of you niggas come and go. Oh no. Do your homework. You hear me, Loki? Do your homework. You got to be like Taj around here. You feel me? You want to know why Ali and them ain't being seen? They ain't put that work in like Taj. Press 1 and like say it. Press 1, they running because they know I'm going to ask them a question about what they learning. Press 1. That's so sad. Even Todd is in the damn chat room. I don't want to ask Todd because Todd gonna get the right answer. I don't want Todd to make a fool out of y'all. Press 1. Todd gonna get the right answer, bro. Oh my goodness. My brothers is ducking and dodging me. That's cold. That's cold, Ollie. You a cold brother. He a cold brother. He ducking and dodging and shit. The kid gonna ask me some questions about the law. Bruh, tell me something about something. Tell me something about something. They just gonna run. And there's no reason to run when I'm here to answer questions. Press 1. They must be part of Brittany's army. Press 1. Hey, Brittany, they part of your army or what? Press 1. Talk to them. Tell them they got to call in. Tell your army they been reconsidered. Press 1. And Brittany, tell your army. Tell your army. You feel me? Tell your army to grow some balls. Some hamster nuts. Something. Press 1. Damn. He cut. Yeah, when them niggas start dating interracially, press 1. Listen to me, family. Woo! When them niggas start dating, that nigga Ollie turned into a Catholic. Press 1. Ollie turned into a Catholic. He left us, y'all. He just gone. But it's okay. Shout out to Ollie. Ollie, we love you, man. I'm just playing. She said he's swimming. Brittany, you ain't called in neither. Press 1. You ain't called in either. It's almost ladies' night. I was just talking about twin flames and shit. Yeah, we about to see about it. Press 1 42420. I see y'all tonight on Kev at night with all this Ollie call in. Press 1. Facts, but nothing but facts. Shout out to you for joining the chat room today. Brittany S., shout out to you and all of the moderators out there from controlling the chat room. Gucci Moses, I see you in the chat room, but you ain't calling in. So therefore, violation. Elijah, shout out to you. Champion Taj, Bocat. Let's see who else up in here. Forrest Glory, Anjanita Moore. Shout out to y'all for SW. Shout out to you for watching that video, for staying put for quite some time. Y'all been, man, it's been a few hours. And we ain't talking no bullshit. Make sure you tune in to patreon.com/KevGillsTV. I might just go live Kevro at night on Coffee and Kush TV, Kevro University, not live. DNS Brands, what up? Shout out to you. I'll see y'all later on Kevro at night and the Victorians tomorrow, part 3. And as always, I'll holla.